lines. But one thing that's a bit annoying though for black is that white can play some lines with a3, and you have to be willing to play c5. And after a number of exchanges here, this kind of stuff occurs. Yeah. And as black, you have to be willing to play this position. It should be equal. It is equal, but it's
this one, I think, is actually you need to know what you're doing. But a simple way to meet a3 is just to kind of, I call it Tartakova. I just go you just go b6.
Right. Okay.
That's a simpler way to handle it, rather than just break with c5, which objectively is probably the best move. But you know, as black, sometimes you're willing to.
So after this, just play. This is kind of just annoying to stop this one. You just go b6,
just b6. Okay. So anything with b6, I just go do Tartakova.
Tartakova.
It's over it. Even
name of the variation.
Yes, even though it completely isn't. But
and I mean, the line played. You know, when I was looking at this knight bd7, I just couldn't find any way to get an edge for white.
Yeah.
And none of the top players were proving an edge. And we actually see one of the main lines here. Black goes for an exchange because he's a bit more cramped. He plays c6 because he wants to go b6, but he doesn't allow c6. Bishop d3, b6, and this is the normal idea from black.
b4.
a5.
The problem with this position is that if you memorized everything and you know what you're doing, it's just a draw.
Quite a lot of pieces on the board. I mean, is it just a draw? I mean,
it's been analysed out to like some ridiculous, quite ridiculous amount of moves.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't remember it, so you know, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't make the draw very easily, but someone that has.
Do you think it's just? I mean, there's still play. I mean, the next move is very important for Mickey. This is black's bad piece because again it's stuck. So you exchange it off for the good piece, and now castles. And
but the line that I always found a bit scary though, as black, was the one where they go b5.
Yeah.
Do you know, that I thought just go b5 and get the. That's the one I always found.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Mickey's like analyses.
Mickey knows this also, of course.
Yeah, this is the sharp way when you try to get something to c6.
Yes.
You know, even if it costs you a pawn.
Yeah, you just
this kind of stuff. Well, it's not even going to cost a pawn.
No, he doesn't know.
But I think if you're well prepared, then it
exactly. If you're well prepared, you can neutralise it. But
that's right.
So bishop a6, quite an important. I always, when the bishop comes out to a6, I always have a name for that one as well.
Yeah.
You Frenched that one.
Frenched it.
You Frenched it.
French defence bishop. So
yeah, exactly, because you often do that in the French defence. You just put your bishop on a6.
Yeah.
So I have.
I mean, the plans here that black does play involves even bringing the queen over here and then bringing the bishop to c7.
Yeah.
So this is how black keeps exchanging. He puts the bishop on c7 to exchange these guys off, because obviously that bishop, the black square bishop, is worse than white's bishop. So you want to exchange it off, and you know white.
That's a really thematic maneuver in this pawn structure with the pawn on c5. You see it done in the semi-Slav and the a6 Slav.
Yeah. Yes,
queen coming to c8, bishop d8, bishop c7.
Yeah, I mean white also has a little bit of space in these positions, so I mean it's easier for white to play. And I've seen I've seen some all 2700 clashes where there are decisive results, but against someone like Mickey, it's going to prove hard to get an advantage. But
I do think that now that we've crossed the halfway mark, we're going to see a lot more cautious chess.
Yeah.
I think people will start taking less risks and simply just only take the chances when they're presented to them.
Yeah, sure. Well, should we move on to another game? I'm quite interested in one here, just position-wise. So
okay, well, let's definitely look at that one, because it's Adiban against Lance Henderson de la Fuente, which is Lance Henderson, of course, had a fantastic result last year. He scored he got his GM norm, took some scalps, and he's only 16 years old.
Very good player.
Very good player, yeah.
Adiban, very dangerous player as well, and it's quite interesting. Just the position quite intriguing. It starts off as an English opening, and here black plays d6. Not one of the most common moves. I always thought that white should be playing d4 against this. That's what, as an English player, I always thought d4 was the most testing. But okay, g3 is also totally playable, and now f5. So this is like the kind of Dutch. Yeah. I would very much enjoy playing if white continued normally. I mean, if white just plays normally, I've won probably more games than in any other opening with the black pieces like this. And I've had this so many times where white bangs out the first 15 moves and then has to resign. He suddenly realises he's losing, because white plays this kind of position with rook b1 and stuff like this. And I've had this attack literally against good players as well. White.
This is the game like Nigel Short did this to Levon Aronian in the Isle of Man.
He tried, yeah.
He tried, and then it didn't work.
No, I mean I've won more games in this attack than probably anything. It's just like straightforward attack. Suddenly around here, white realises, oh, hang on a minute, I'm doing stuff on the queen's side, so I might do something over there, but I'm actually getting mated. So it's like, whoops. So it's like, yeah, because the attack you play here is often you take here, and then you take here at some point. And this I've just won so many games like this. It's unbelievable the amount of games I've won in this sort of attack. You can take here, but it's just weird. That's quite a long way. That was quite long. But that's why I think white's next move, top players realise they can't just play willy-nilly. They can't just play these normal developing moves and suddenly like, oh, hang on a minute, this white d4 I think is a much better way to play. Just do something. Just try to stop black getting the position black wants. Yeah,
Lev likes his positions as white, but he likes to do it with the knight on f3 as opposed to the knight on c3.
Yeah.
So that's the one.
He's got a cat t-shirt. Oh,
does he have the catastrophe one?
I don't think so. It's another one.
It's another one.
A green t-shirt with a cat on. We'll see.
But he has a dog. That's his
dog.
He has a pet dog.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. What's the name of his pet dog?
Ponchik.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that's right. It's
is
like
it? Ponchik or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
You're right.
He told a story in his YouTube interview. I don't know if anyone watched it. Yeah. Everyone in Armenia tends to recognise him, but he got into a taxi with his dog, and the taxi driver didn't recognise him at all. Didn't know who he was. Yeah. And so they were sat there, and they were stuck in some traffic jam, and the dog started getting a bit stressed. And so Levon rolled down the window so the dog could get some fresh air. And people, of course, then started recognising Levon, and they're like, oh yeah, hello. And the taxi driver
he's
just doesn't.
Incredibly famous, isn't
he?
Yeah,
it's like chess is #1 sport.
Yeah, it is,
and the taxi driver looks over and goes, "That's a very famous dog you have."
That's a great. What a dog! What a dog! Yeah. With dogs, the most happiest it seems. It does seem. You can't get a happier dog when they stick their head out the window of a car. You see them and they've got their tongue hanging out, and they look so happy. They look, they look like the happiest they've ever been. They love, dogs love having their head out the window. I don't know why. It's weird.
I have to say, I love hanging around dogs. I just don't like the smell of them. That's the only thing. But dogs are amazing. They're just such happy creatures.
You should be used to sitting next to me.
Oh, Simon, you put yourself down.
So Ponchik.
Ponchik,
yeah. So I mean, weird moves here now. Bishop e7 is normal, because I don't want to play e4 with a knight on g1.
Because the knight can get to h3 and go to f4 and
And white, and these pawns, as black, I never want to put my pawns like this because I lose a lot of flexibility. So bishop e7 is a good move. And again, another thing that I find a lot of amateur players playing here as white sort of takes here and takes the queen off.
And then,
and I found
swap central,
And I found that black's actually probably a bit better here, I actually think.
Yes.
From experience, that these pawns actually give black a little advantage and the bishop can come to c7. I just, and white often does this without thinking because they, want to keep it safe, but then actually it's not a good way of playing. So the next move is peculiar. Bishop h3.
Crisis. Identity crisis from the bishop.
I know, yeah. I mean, what's
but I love the reaction.
Yeah.
The reaction was.
The reaction's pretty normal.
I just love it. It's just like on the other end. So you're going to put a bishop on h3. I'll put my knight on h6.
Right, mirror image.
Yeah.
I mean, the knight's good on this square because you often want to play c6. Yeah. If the knight comes here, you don't want your knight on c6.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to play this move in a lot of circumstances. So. Knight on a6 is a good square, and if there ever is an exchange here, which I think we actually see now, the knight has very easy access. So let's have a look. Am I right in saying that I prefer these positions for black? I always have done, And you've got to stick to your guns. So actually,
no, but you're quite right. This is often a common theme in amateur games that you see them just simply they can't maintain the tension and they have to exchange.
It actually happened here as well. I mean, this is why I'm a bit surprised. But Adiban must have an idea in mind. He took off.
Well, we're saying that, yeah.
Took off the queens. You know, he goes knight f3, and
so
I mean,
I'm assuming bishop f6.
Or he goes knight b4 actually here.
Knight b4, yeah.
If black can sort of organise a couple of moves, c6, bishop c7, just get castle.
Yeah.
I do prefer black in these
positions. Yeah, no, because
definitely.
it's a much easier position to play. You control more squares.
Yeah,
you know,
control all these guys in the centre. Very nice. So knight b4 played. I don't know if that's correct because now white just castles.
Yeah, there might be some kickback of that knight.
Yeah,
but okay.
I'm wondering why that came there, because you might want to put it on c5 instead.
Yeah.
c5 is generally a better square. So here,
you can't take the pawn because of knight c2 check.
Knight c2 would just win, and that's why castles first should be played. And okay, I mean, as black, I don't often want to play e4, but maybe I have to here. I could go bishop s6 as you mentioned, but then
knight to d5 is a problem. Yeah.
e4's all right. E4's okay. So
okay, so knight to
d4. Or?
d4 looks good.
I'm not sure why there's knights here though. Well, why did black put the knight here when it doesn't seem to do anything, the knight there, really, does it? I mean, I actually prefer my knight here because I'm giving chance for white to expand here. Why did the knight
Maybe
go to
I can just go to knight e7 and then.
Knight e7.
Oh, I have to defend on f5.
Yeah. And you want to go knight c6.
Yeah. So when you kick me back with a3, I will.
It's a funny way to move the knight, isn't it?
It is a bit funny.
Okay, let's go bishop f4, so that I have knight b5 ideas. I don't really trust knight to b4, but
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I don't entirely trust it.
Yeah, then I'll have to waste time with a6, and I'm really.
Yeah. And also white does have this f3 move to now get rid of those strong pawns in the centre of the board. You often have to play this f3 move to, you know, just get rid of those black pawns. But so I don't know. Knight b4 seems a little bit strange, but
yeah, okay. Well,
it depends if black can stabilise the position a bit, doesn't it? Really. So we'll see.
Well, we have heart rate monitors on 3 boards. So that was Artemir versus Vache Legrave, Wesley So against Niels Grandelius, and another one which is Le Quang Liem against Sarah Kadem.
Yes.
And let's check out how she's doing, because she, of course, has been the star of the first half, I think.
Do you want to go for the game or current?
Just current, I think. Okay. We'll stick with current. And Sarah is black. Looks like a very
solid, yeah, very solid traditional position. Could be a sort of bit of a manoeuvring game.
I think
here.
it is going to be in
standard sort of Paul Lopez position here, which we talked about before. White trying to getting on these 2 squares, trying to use the bishop, but on the other hand, black often trying to get this pawn
b4,
all the way to
b6.
b3 at some point, and has a bit of a space advantage over here. So it's a solid position.
It is a very solid position. I mean, white will either try for c3, d4, or put a knight to f5, and just it's manoeuvring a very tense battle. And of course, Le Quang Liem, he's had some very fortunate encounters. Yesterday he had a great game.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you know, but in previous rounds, he's been lucky.
Yes, he has.
He has been very lucky, but more resourceful actually.
Yeah, he's a very resourceful player. Another big test for Sarah. She has some really tough games, doesn't she?
She does,
She's doing really well so far. Kind of hope she can keep it up to get the GM.
Well,
GM
of course. So you know, you're strong contender for the women's prize. £15,000 first prize.
Well,
£10,000 second prize.
Yeah.
And maybe if she wins, she'll go over 2,500 and then make that requirement.
Yeah.
Oh, she'll be close.
Close to 2,500, and that's what you become a grandmaster. You have to get over 2,500 rating at some point.
At some stage, yeah. You don't have to be published, do you? You just have to.
Not anymore. No. You used to have to be published. So every 6 months, I think it was actually then. Every year. Even so, if your rating wasn't published over 2,500, you weren't. You weren't able to become a grandmaster, so they kind of laxed it a little bit, I say. But I mean, okay, if you should be a grandmaster one day.
Of course.
Without a shadow of doubt.
Absolutely.
No question about that.
And should we have a quick check up on Antipov against Saric?
Okay.
Just down at the bottom. On board 7. Right. These two players, Antipov is a very sharp player.
He is, yeah.
He loves to attack.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look at the openings. There's not many moves have been played.
No.
And quite a solid opening though today. Knight h6, the knight trying to come to control d4, d3, knight to f5, and this is where we are.
Yeah.
So I wonder if normally against this move, my knee-jerk reaction is to play h4, because now you can't play h6 to meet this move with g5. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't. You know, so the normal response to meet this attack on the wing is to go h6 and g5. That's response number 1. Response number 2 is to go h5 to stop it, and the other one's to allow it to happen. But you get rid of 2 of black's options there because you can't move the h pawn. So I'm definitely going to get my pawn to h5 now, which I generally quite like doing.
You do allow my bishop to get to g4 because I can stop it.
Okay, bishop g4 and now d3 with a nasty
D3,
little threat
yeah.
here. And my threat is to actually eliminate here. And then my queen is attacking the bishop. So you know,
yeah.
at d3 anyway. So this would have been quite an interesting way for white to play. That's for sure. H4. I mean, let's say you continue this in the game. H5 it's an annoying little move sometimes. This one for black, because obviously if you have a castle, you know you're really kind of asking for it on the.
But
H4.
Particularly because you have the queen on c4.
That's
the
right.
queen, you know,
may be able to get over here at some point.
At some point,
yeah.
In dreams.
So, in
dreams, you know.
I mean, then it's probably game over.
It is.
You know,
yeah.
so it's not ridiculous playing h4, and you see this a lot. One of the most, I think, amazing. Oh, can I remember it? It was an amazing novelty by Aronian. Very quickly, I'll show you just. It's the same sort of setup, and it was like it went. I hope I can remember this. I might not be able to. It went along this line, and it was something along the lines of h4 in this position, something like this. Okay, h5, and I hope I can get this right. It was something where the rook come over here. It was unbelievable.
What?
Yeah. It was it was unbelievable. It was
that's how beginners play chess.
I know. That's
why
they
go h4. It's like without fail they start the game h4.
I know.
The h5, rook h3, rook h6.
It was something like the rook didn't come to h4 yet. So it's something along the lines. Let's say g3 to develop.
Okay.
And now it was like this a little bit. Knight here. This was it. This was the novelty. It was bishop a3,
yeah,
and I think it might be in this position. This was the first kind of new move, attacking here. And if b6, you
go bishop d2.
Yeah, a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Might not be exact position.
Okay.
Or you got queen over here as well, and this one. So now queen a5, and this is getting nipping on actually. And
this is where rook h.
This is where rook h4.
Rook h4.
Yeah, and in this position, it looks like I'm attacking the bishop. What you can do about that? And Aronian now played this move, sort of similar position. With the point being, if you take the bishop, then you come over here and you actually trap the queen. It's such a fun move to play.
I would laugh if my opponent ever played rook h4.
Yeah,
I would just sit there and go, what are you doing?
I know, but it's such a great little move, rook h4. You know, it's sort of
it is a great move here because
you know,
you do have bishop takes c5.
Yeah,
I don't have a.
You simply want to go rook here and win the pawn on c5, and it's like actually quite hard. For black to deal with that, and Aronian just came up with this move, and all of a sudden black got into the tank, and suddenly realised, oh, hang on a minute, this is quite scary. Yeah, but what a shock to have, you know, if you lose a pawn in this manner, you'd be like, hey, this doesn't deserve to work, surely.
No, exactly. I don't think that move would even be in your radar because that's just something that exclusive to.
Yeah. I mean, okay, again, I might not be exactly the right position because there's ideas like this.
But then you can go rook h, rook h2, rook a4,
But it's something very similar to this.
Yeah.
It's just an amazing idea, and again, you can see another reason why putting the pawn here can be quite useful. So, I would like to have seen the h pawn come, but white goes for a more standard setup, and we'll just update the live board as well, so you can see this game on the live board. Well, we'll move on. I think pretty soon.
I think so.
So yeah, it's a nice idea. I love weird ideas like that, which are totally unique. You know, I haven't seen before. Because most chess ideas I've seen, you know, to be honest, we've seen before, haven't we? in some
stage, yeah, some form or other we have seen.
But then when you see something new like that, it's like, oh,
but rook h4, I mean, yeah, we see rook a5 as a kind of 10. That's something that I've seen. Rook a6 actually, is the kind of thing. A5 and I think Kramnik did it once, and I did it as well in some game when I was a kid.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it's just weird one.
So should we go back to Artemiev against Maxim? It's top.
Okay.
So this is
d6. So we had c3, knight c6. This is another way to try to play e5.
Yeah, and we saw bishop c4.
Good square for the bishop. You kind of want black to play this move because now black can't play e5, so that's why you put the bishop here.
And the bishop on c8 doesn't really have a great square either. You know, if you go bishop g4, you're just going to go h3 and then, you know, win a bishop pair. That's already something small.
Yeah.
So e5.
And now castles. Queen e7, and white gains some space on the queen side. b4, h6.
Bishop h4.
And keeping this bishop. Pretty normal stuff so far here, I'd say. Black trying to gain some initiative on the king side at some point with probably later on the f-pawn coming, and you can try to do all these kind of pawn pushes to start coming at the white king.
Yeah, normally you wanted to go, but you have to be careful. You don't, you know, g5 and then you kind of want to go f5 at the right time.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be playing e4 because once you play e4, you cannot then push back the bishop on h4 because it goes to g3 and then it doesn't. Yeah. It has a diagonal.
Yeah, clear what I mean.
Yeah.
Early days again here. Really, isn't it? So
yeah.
Not too much.
But it's kind of interesting how you handle this, because as black you're playing it a slightly different way. You'd be playing a4.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing like white is a reti on the reti side, you'd be playing for a4 and just kind of consolidating that piece on. And here it's you get that extra move, and so you can go b4.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Did we see pawn takes? What did we?
You took on
he took
d4.
on d4.
And if you're going to play this move, it's probably time to play it now, because white can't recapture with a c pawn, which you'd like to do, because he keeps a nice strong centre, because you lose a pawn. So white would have to take here, and I mean I could see this petering out to a draw, this kind of position already. You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know, because I really like these positions as. I don't know. Actually, I got a bit inspired there. It's a good idea, because if you play this kind of formation as black against the reti, why not give it a go with one extra tempo? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. We'll wait and see. I mean, you know, it's got a long way to go. Definitely, yeah. So let's go and have a look at Chucky. So Chucky is getting on, and I don't know the player of the white pieces so well. Jamie Santos. Latasa. He lost his first round game. Right. He lost. I think he lost to the Chinese Ju Wenjun. Right. So yeah. And we have a Grunfeld. You can never pick. You can never predict Ivanchuk's openings. No. He plays anything. He plays everything. I mean, he literally has he knows everything. You might as well just not prepare. To be honest, you might as well just pick up a tactic book and just go solve a few things and then enjoy yourself and then. It was like it was the same playing Stuart Conquest, the tournament director here, Grandmaster Stuart Conquest. Whenever I played him, you know, I knew that he plays every opening. It's impossible to predict. Exactly. So it's actually quite good, because I know there's no point me even turning the computer on every morning off. So I don't know what he's going to play anyway. So I just won't even try to guess. And exactly. So no, I mean it doesn't make any sense to guess. I mean, I remember once I was playing Fabiana Caruana, first round of the Isle of Man, and you know, Fabi plays everything, but he was playing e4 you know, for 3 months prior to this game. He was playing e4. So I get there and I think, hey, he's going to face my carro. So I prepare and I prepare and I prepare my carro. Yeah. I turn up d4. D4. I felt like going, well, there you go. There you go. There you go. I mean, it's good to prepare, because generally,
even if you don't get your prep in that game, in the future you have it in your mind.
But I think you should be really strict with yourself. You shouldn't be. There are people who spend 3-4 hours preparing, and I don't believe in that. I think that you should do 1.5 to 2 hours max, because otherwise you're just going to be tired for the game. And it's the game where you have to put in 100% energy and everything. You know, there's no point in turning up just completely wasted from your preparation.
Yeah, I guess so.
And most of the time, it's like a lot of the time, if you're preparing too much, you can't even remember it. I'm sure that has that ever happened to you? You've prepared a whole load of things, and you've ticked it on your list. Yeah, you've done this, and then the opponent plays one of those items on that list, and you think, well, I don't remember what I prepared.
I'm pretty good with my short-term memory. My long-term memory is pretty terrible. I lost a couple of brain cells last night as well. So didn't I, Paul? So, but yeah, I don't know. I it depends how much you prepare at home. So for myself, I don't really look at any chess when I'm at home, because I'm always doing some chess work, which is different to preparing, really. It's different. So when I'm at a tournament, I try to do quite a lot of prep in the morning, because I have to try to get myself on at least an equal playing field with my opponents, because otherwise I'm just going to give myself a disadvantage, because so I do, I like to do 2 hours normally, something like that.
That's my max. That's my max. I won't do more than that.
Sometimes more even.
Really?
Sometimes less, it depends.
Different styles then. I just...
I want to be confident before a game, so if there's a line that's bugging me, and I can't work out what I'm doing, I'll work on it as long as it takes to solve the problem. So if that takes me 3 hours, or it takes you 3 hours, sometimes it can be half an hour, so it really, I'm just really confident in something's, I can't solve a problem with the opening, I will just keep working on it, basically.
Yeah, no. If there's a problem, I tend to not to. I don't know. Sometimes you also have to be a bit practical and say, what are the chances of them finding the move? Sometimes I've gambled a bit like that.
Yeah, but, you have to gamble a bit.
But yeah.
Well, here we had the Grunfeld. So D5 proving to be quite popular opening in this tournament. And now we had the line that David Navarro played earlier on, Queen B3, the so-called Russian variation, played between Karpov with the white pieces and Kasparov quite regularly. And this line also featured quite heavily in the World Championships between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin. Was it Sergei Karyakin? It might have been, no, Viswan Anand.
Yeah.
Viswan Anand. And I think Viswan Anand had the white side and Carlsen was playing this in the black side, I think. I say that because the current position looks almost identical to a game they had. So that was quite a while back now. So after Castle's E4, we saw Michalewski play A6.
Yes.
Earlier on in the tournament, B5 against David Navarro.
Yeah, Navarro said that knight C6 was a mistake.
In certain position.
Yeah.
But instead, knight A6 is another way to play.
Preparing for C5.
When you try to do it this way, bishop E2, C5. Now, you generally don't want to take here unless you really are winning a pawn, and I think with Queen A5, you're not going to hang on to that pawn for too long. No,
and there's also Bishop E6 as well, so you're not going to...
So D5 makes sense. Keep your pawns fluid. And again, one of the renowned best authors around, Jonathan Rowson, one of his first books on the Grunfeld, he played it from the black side, but he dedicated a couple of chapters to this pawn in that book, and I think he called it Derek the D pawn, or Delroy D pawn. That was it. And he just said how dangerous of black this pawn can be, because often it can just it can just win the game.
I think I mean, someone once said to me, with the Grunfeld, you're strategically lost.
Right.
Like that was the thing. You're strategically, so you have to generate play. So you can't just sit here and go, make some happy moves like Bishop D7, Queen C7, Rook C8, because you are strategically lost. So that's why you have to,
because of the pawn.
Because of the pawn on D5. I mean, if you look at it, unless White has the extra space, White has the stable, the nice pawn center with D5, has good pieces. And black has to do something. Black has to go e6. Black has to generate some play with b5 if it's possible. You know, something.
Some piece play.
Something.
Yeah.
He can't just sit there and just rest on the laurels.
And that's why e6 played, and black, as Jovanka say, has to use his pieces, and he does. Rook e8.
Yeah.
He's got this kind of activity with the pieces, and there's a lot of potential for all the black pieces to sort of hop around. Rook d1.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7 just developing. Bishop f1, tucking out of the way. And now queen b6, again trying to create some confusion.
Yeah. That's one thing that's curious though, is the time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see that Santos has used maybe 5 up to 10 minutes on his clock, and Vasily is down to 1 hour and 4 minutes. I find that a little bit curious.
Yeah, definitely, it is a bit curious. I mean, as white, I'd actually, you know, I'll be thinking.
I would also be thinking queen, and then goes bishop h. I love my bishop h6s.
Yeah, it's the same sort of attack.
Yeah.
The same pattern we showed in the Dutch.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking black's idea is probably to get rid of the queen
b4,
queen b4, and that kind of stops a lot of it. And I don't think white really wants to swap queens at the moment, especially in this position, because both captures might cause some problems towards white, probably this one more so, but I don't think queen h4 is working because of queen b4, so maybe this is one of the main ideas of this queen b6 move, is to just have the possibility of exchanging off on b4. So we're waiting to see how white's going to deal with that. And what about a3? a3 stops both of these pieces coming here, and I might go for my queen h4 next move if I'm given a chance. I'm just saying, what are you going to do here? What are you going to do after a3? Let's take away that square on b4. Deal with your last move.
Deal with my last move. Okay. I hate the Grunfeld. I'm just going to put it out there. I hate the Grunfeld as white.
You hate it as white, or black?
I hate
you
it
hate
as
playing
black.
against it?
I hate. It's just like at one stage I got a bit enthusiastic and I thought, hey, I can get a position where I can play for 2 results, you know, a win or a draw.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I had some bad losses in it. My worst one was against Alina Lamy. That was just awful.
Right.
It was like such a topsy. And then after that, I was like, hate the Grunfeld. Hate it.
Yeah, you need to find a system you enjoy playing against it, don't you, then?
Yeah, I have some ideas.
Yeah.
But, okay, yeah, no, I don't know. Queen h4 looks very dangerous to me, and
it does. I prefer to be white here personally. I think it seems a bit easier for white to play.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, Jovanka, I have the positional trumps with this pawn, so you know I can even play it a bit more slowly.
Like I know black tends to blockade it. Like normally they put a knight on d6, but
it's quite hard.
That's
isn't it?
not easy. And again, I have to deal with this queen h4 idea.
Yeah, I mean this is annoying. You know, it's quite scary just to do something like put the queen over and start some attack here. It would certainly scare me if I was playing with the black pieces. So okay, but I mean it is a normal position.
It is a normal position.
That
so
very often.
Shall we take a look at Wesley against Niels Grandalis? We left out Scheveningen and we were discussing, you know, whether white should be going g4, g5. Well, I think we'd castled, but
we had this position, didn't we, on the board?
And Wesley has just gone for it, right?
Yeah. So Wesley playing very aggressively today. He obviously figures that he needs to try to win if he wants to win this tournament, especially with white. So he's got to play aggressively. You can't play against these guys in a non-aggressive way. And after castles, he does.
I love it. This is what I want to see. G4.
Wow, he's actually played really aggressively. So he goes G4, and after knight to C6, which is a normal developing move, he keeps on going G5. Okay, so the black knight comes back to D7, and here this is actually a plan we mentioned before, isn't it? We actually mentioned this idea. We were doing it with castles and bringing the rook around, the rook swing. But in this position, rook G1 kind of has the same brutal idea in some cases. I mean, there are other ideas involved in this, like F5, F6, F5, G6.
I'm thinking H4. H4, H5, G6, because unfortunately if we can't do the rook lift because the bishop is in the way, right?
Yeah, I guess again like before I can just try to go here, bishop D3,
Yeah.
And then I want to aim for h7.
You want to yeah.
This is my sort of main idea. I suppose black defends with rook e8 and then knight on f8 can't be mates.
Can't get mates. Exactly.
Yeah, so
my defensive slogan.
Yes, indeed. So
it's actually not mine.
F8 can't be mates. And black has to be a bit careful. I mean,
definitely, yeah.
But it's a counter-attacking position. Can you go e5? I don't know. I'm trying to look at pawn breaks that black might be able to play to generate
d5 is
some
kind of e5.
I was thinking e5.
E5,
maybe.
Yeah.
Just to try to open the position up and get some counterplay. But
you do give me knight f5 and knight d5.
I know, very scary.
Yeah, that's
very scary. Both of these knights look quite, they're jumping into some lovely holes, aren't they?
Exactly.
Lovely holes there on f5 and d5 as well. So
we can actually take a look at the heart rates. So we can see Niels has got a 91 and Wesley 89.
So far, Wesley was in the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard with his heart rate. He was 100. He was 150 on the, which is really high. 150 heart rate, isn't it? So yes. So that was very, very, very high. Okay. Yeah. So but here he's more of his resting heart rate anyway. So he's clearly not worried.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Wesley doesn't. When he gets worried, his heart rate just goes down. When he's winning, he has that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So okay. So knight to f5,
nice.
And okay. So I don't like e5. Don't like e5 really.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, in this particular position. But okay, it's going to be interesting. That one. Interesting. So okay, let's move on.
Yep.
To another game. No way. Absolutely no way is that happening. I'm going to go get a flight home. Okay, so let's go to back to Antipov very quickly. Against his, I'm getting nervous already.
It's okay. It's okay.
Antipov versus Sarek here.
Yeah.
So, and did we have any real developments here?
No.
We had knight bd2, castles, a5. And this queen's sort of finding a funny little square there. Queen a4.
I'm not sure. Not sure what the queen is doing.
Right,
really. What is black doing?
With this coming in as well, I think so. Probably this kind of idea should be alright for black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not much development there. No. So we can move on to. I'll just have a little look, unless you. I'll just see if there's any action.
So let's get to Nigel against Aronian, because that was the A3 Sicilian.
Yeah. Okay, so Nigel had this position after knight bd7 on the board, a couple more moves. How did he deal with knight d3? Black. So black actually just castled.
Yeah.
And after castling f4 was the move we assumed would happen.
Yes,
and it did come.
And it did come.
So if you take it, there's this real problem with the knight coming into these two squares. So queen c7, just trying to hold up that point, looks more natural. And then white also has this f5 move now to try to come into the d5 square. Mm-hmm. So king to h1, normal move, avoiding any checks on the diagonal. And now queen to c4, hitting the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
So black getting some counterplay, and now queen e1.
Queen e1, yeah.
And here, white going for queen to g3 and push like this to f5.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Nigel really going for it.
You can see them on the camera there. I don't think we have the heart rates.
That was a pity, because I would have loved to see Nigel's heart rates.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Because he's quite an expressive player. When you play him, you actually realise that he mutters a lot.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, makes some nothing distractive, but it's just his thought process. And he was, it looked like just from his mutterings when I played him that he was perhaps thinking that he had a bad position. But I was like, Nigel, you're completely winning.
Yeah.
It's a bad game for me. You've tricked me out of the opening. Because I find that Nigel, he's basically a trickster.
Yes.
You know, he finds the
Got
trickiest.
A lot of knowledge, hasn't he, old Nigel?
Definitely, definitely, of course. And he uses that knowledge to find the trickiest variations. And also he has a psychological. He's very good in psychology. He will look. Rather than looking at your openings, he will look at where you're weakest at, like psychologically. So if you don't have a system against d4, he's very astute at picking that up, and then he'll say, okay, fine. Yeah. And he's very heavily dependent on that.
Yeah. He likes attacking, doesn't he? You know, he likes it when he has the initiative, and he's always been a bit of a hacker, Nigel. And this kind of position with the queen coming over is actually looking to be quite dangerous for black. So an interesting position. This is sort of heating up nicely actually now. So I'm looking forward to this one. And seeing how this one develops. So okay, and let's see if there's any other games. I'm just trying to see if you've got any real craziness going on. We've looked at most of these current ones and there's not much development. So we can move on maybe to, let's have a look at Gwen Jones. Gwen Jones's game. So we have Gwen Jones against
Humpy Canary.
And Gwen needs to start getting rolling with some wins.
Yeah, he has rolling. Yeah.
So we had the Nimzo. From Gwen. Gwen plays a lot of openings, doesn't he? He's very well prepared now.
Very well prepared, you know. But this would have been a bit of a surprise because he's mainly E4 and C4. But you know, okay. Yeah, you know, he's an incredible hard worker. I think he works 8 hours a day.
Wow, that's a lot, so.
I think it's a good 8 hours a day. Because you can sometimes say, you worked 8 hours a day, but then you kind of spent maybe 40 minutes working and then 7 hours and 15 minutes looking out the window.
So castles and quite a positional game. Quite sort of slow. Gwen's playing this at the moment. And we're just going to go through the moves, see the current position as we are. And this is the current position.
Current position, yeah.
So
what do we think?
A little bit dangerous for black. I mean, the immediate threat is E4.
E4, yeah.
Winning a piece.
Okay, but I can sidestep that by Queen C7.
Something like Queen C7. So
Queen A or Queen A5.
Or Queen A5, yeah. Okay, so Queen A5 is made better because you create this threat.
Yeah.
Now, when you know, this pawn can become quite dangerous. But if I go here now, you can probably.
Can I go Queen takes C3?
Queen takes C3, yeah. Because if you go Knight takes, it's a nasty pin.
Yeah, but I can get out of that one actually.
You can get out of that one as well with a check.
Yeah. But okay, somehow I don't believe that.
So Queen takes is I think all right, isn't it? So so maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's just say I defend that one and then go E4 or something like that.
Yeah.
I just think of the best way to defend this one. I mean, I don't really want to put my bishop on B2 because it's an ugly square. So
that's never going to get out, is it?
Then on D2, it's not very nice either. But I suppose if I'm getting E4 in, it's not the end of the world. And I do have this Knight E5 move when I'm hitting the pawn on C4 as well. So potentially. So. So I kind of like Gwen's position. I just feel like he's got a bit more aggressive, moves coming in. But
I think it's a little bit more comfortable. But just because of this bishop on this black bishop on C8, you know, you often have it when White's bishop is on G2. The best, it's one of the best diagonals there is for the bishop. This bishop on C8 gets stuck. Yeah. And I don't see it getting out, like you say. You know, if I go bishop D7, then there's Knight E5.
Yeah, so it's a problem piece. Isn't it?
Although there is bishop A4.
Bishop A4, yeah.
But there is bishop A4 here, but you know.
We can go like maybe A4 first just to cover the
square. Okay, so A4 first.
Yeah. And then play like this.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Bishop quite a solid position, isn't it?
Perhaps I wouldn't even bother defending the D2 pawn. I'm thinking, can I? Because what my ideal scenario is if actually you win the C3 pawn, and I win the C4 pawn. Yeah. That's my ideal scenario. Yes. Can I organise that in a good way? Probably not, but
no. We'll come back. No real. I mean, I think we're going to take a break soon. The game I'm sort of mostly interested in myself is this Wesley So game. Just
definitely,
you know, that looks like it's building up to be a very interesting attacking encounter. So so we'll come back and we'll have some developments very soon. First of all, we'll take our first short break of the day.
Welcome to Gibraltar. We are at the Caleta Hotel, home to the Gibraltar International Chess Festival.
With some of the best grandmasters.
They are brutal over the board. And the fun doesn't stop. Join us as we celebrate chess. Follow the action on our YouTube channel, Twitter and Instagram. See you there.
Welcome back to the 6th round of the Gibraltar Chess Festival. So, an exciting start actually from a lot of our chess players, and in particular Wesley So against Niels Grandelius. I'm loving that aggressive attitude from Wesley.
Yeah.
And also from Nigel Short, you know, he's really gone for it. He could have just kind of said, you know, I'm happy with the draw, play it solid, play something with a slight advantage, and instead he's chosen some tricky line. And shall we have a look at another game? Let's have a look at Hikaru against Ituria Zaga.
Okay, yeah, so we can go there, and then we'll go back to Wesley So after that to
just have to look at those pawns.
Hikaru just faced Queen to C8 in his game, and here he had the opportunity to either go into a very tactical battle with the move D5, but that involves sacrificing a pawn, or playing in a more slow manner. And he played Knight C3. And the kind of rule is, as soon as Knight C3 is played, now that the bishop is guarded, that's the tactical point, Knight E4 is Black's way out of, you know, way to try and get equality, make some exchanges in the middle of the board, because when you're a bit more cramped, making exchanges is a good policy to go for. It frees up your position. Bishop F4, a simple move. This does allow the doubling of the pawns, and sometimes this can be a strength. Sometimes you strengthen your centre by doing this this capture on C. But
it can be a strategical weakness. You know, I'm thinking in the long term. There's a lot of dynamic possibilities. Like White has the centre now, of, you know, with E2, E4. But you know, the C4 pawn can be a little bit vulnerable. You know, if Black goes C7, C5, and then starts playing to win that pawn on C4.
Yeah. A lot of time this knight can come out to A5.
Exactly.
And things like this, like in a Nimzo.
Like a Nimzo, yeah.
Yeah. So E4 is now a move that certainly Black wants to avoid, because White builds up a very big centre of that. So Bishop E4, and this again, I remember I saw Jonathan Spielman play in similar manner with Black, and this is quite an important move in these lines, because it sort of just stops this move E4, and you play it before White can play D5. So, for example, demonstrate that if White, let's say Black plays a move and White plays D5, you can see the bishop can become very bad on that square as well, where it's locked in. So that's why Bishop E4 is a good positional idea.
Yeah.
And now again, a very standard response. You can move the knight, but as we mentioned before, the bishop on G2 is better than the bishop on E4. So this exchange will normally help Black and make White's king a bit weaker.
Yeah.
So White aims to kick this bishop away, but keeping the bishops on the board. So bishop F1 first, and you see Knight D2 is now coming, and we try to do this slowly. Bishop D6, intriguing move.
That's very intriguing.
Very strange, yeah. So bishop
to take or not to take? That is the question.
Well, assuming if we do take,
and then Knight D. Then I want Knight D2.
Okay. Yeah, this must be quite a playable way to go about doing things. And now, obviously, Black's got to decide: do you keep the bishop on this diagonal, or do you keep it on this diagonal?
Yeah.
This is a very simple way for White to play. I like it actually. If I go this way, there might be
back.
It might be an issue with that diagonal. You can go Knight C6 still, so it's not the end of the world, is it? Really?
No, it's not. It's not the end of the world. No.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether I should be going. Yeah. Just E4 and just E4 and just
I play like this.
Just take the space.
I like White's position. I like having a big centre like this, which is mobile, you know, and I can start maybe pushing H4, H5 to try and damage that bishop. Or F4, F5, one of these ones. So when you have a big centre, it's much easier to organise an attack against your opponent's king. I see again a common mistake that a lot of people do is a lot of players try to generate an attack from a position of weakness. So if you haven't got really many good traits in the structure or the position, an attack is just not going to work. So you should only try to do that when you've got some good positives going on. So I like Hikaru's position, but it's still early days.
It's very early days, yes. So shall we head back to
yeah.
Well, the game where there's the fire on the board. So Wesley So against Niels Grandelius.
Looks like the most interesting game of the round so far. So we had this Wesley So playing super aggressively, moving his G pawn up the board, and I think Black is going to hope to get some counter blow at the right time. And Knight D7, Rook G1, Rook E8. Okay, so this does allow a defensive move at some point, and also if things open up, the Rook will be well situated. H4. He's playing the old Jovanka run up the board.
It's called a pawn storm. The old pawn storm.
The old pawn storm.
H4 and H5.
Black tries to make an exchange to ease the pressure.
Yeah.
B5, trying to create some counterplay. A3, and now Rook B8, sort of getting ready to sort of try to do B4. I always rather be White in this position. I like the one who has the first attack, and I think White is going to be the side who has the attack here in this position. So.
Well, I just love these positions because they're incredibly complicated, and they're so double-edged. It's because White has really gone for the kill from the word go, and that's a high-risk strategy because Black really hasn't done anything strategically wrong. Yeah. And if it fails, I think it's going to fail badly for Wesley. So I'm very excited about this. I don't know quite.
Here we go.
So he
just keeps on coming. He's just literally. He doesn't care.
He don't care. He doesn't care. Honey Badger, huh?
Yeah.
Have you seen that sketch? Well, it's not even a sketch.
Honey
it's
Badger?
like Honey Badger. So. Honey Badger is like one of the most vicious animals on this planet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It got poisoned by a rattlesnake, I think, or a viper or something like that. It got bitten it, and you think, oh, well, that's the end. The honey badger is gonna just lay down, has a little nap. It eats the snake. It has a little nap. Yep. And then it was like, it wakes up and off it goes.
Vicious.
This is incredibly vicious. This is, and it ends up with honey badger, and the kind of thing is honey badger don't care.
Yeah. Look at and also the heart rate here. You can sort of see, he's very calm. Niels, that heart rate is one of the lowest ones we've seen.
64.
60, low 60s.
Very low.
Is maybe an indication that he's a healthy chap.
He is a very healthy chap. Yeah. Actually, I know this from a few years back. I'm not sure whether he still does it, but he made it a kind of a point that he would walk for 1 hour before a chess game. Every day. And he did. I saw them in Iceland, in Reykjavik, and bearing in mind it's very cold.
Yeah.
But 1 hour every day.
Every day, no matter what. So.
No matter what, yeah.
Yeah, so he's... And his brother's one of the best climbers in Sweden as well, which is quite interesting.
Yes.
So as we mentioned, so obviously some fitness in the family there as well, which helps in these long tournaments massively. You get tired. It's a very tiring affair. Yeah. In these tournaments. So, but I think he's going to have to do something soon. Well, the question is. Well, Ali in the chat is saying E5, and it might be a better time to play it now because there's no Knight F5. Knight F5 was to worry about. So this is what he's probably thinking about. Can he start opening the middle of the board up?
Okay, so I'm not going to take. So I would just drop my queen back to D2.
Queen D2, yeah. And here, the normal sort of way for Black to continue would be to take here before this move can come. Yeah. And then I've got this square for my knight, so I put the knight, plonk it into that square, which is a nice solid square, defensive attacking square on E5. But White has a square as well.
I'm going in.
I mean, you can do this. So, and there might even be threats of Knight F6 coming. So it looks a bit scarier for Niels, but he's got to really get through this with precision. So he's got to be very careful how he proceeds in this game, I feel. So,
yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to this a bit later on, after we have some more developments, but it's just really heating up well. And a quick look at our top board, Artemev versus MVL. Here the Tori, MVL are taking on D4, and he just develops simple play from Black. B5, Knight A5,
Rook E1,
so
Queen D7.
Now the bishop has a nice square, or an F1. A6, interesting. So trying to get some play over on that area of the board. exchange there, knight b3, and this improves white's pawn structure, I'd say. I mean, this is quite a nice structure, and this pawn on a6 is now particularly particularly
I'm
weak.
liking.
Yeah,
I'm really liking white's position. Whether it's enough for an edge, I'm not sure, but it's enough to be a little bit more comfortable, I think.
So, yeah. I mean, a5 does at least restrain those pawns and stop that a pawn from being captured.
Yeah,
but
knight d2 is something.
Yeah, I
would
like
like
the pawn
to
structure.
Yeah, I like the pawn structure. Whether this,
much or anything, then we're still going to have to wait and see. But this is kind of a nice move, isn't it? Trying to come over here and again just try to attack this rather straggling pawn on a5. So, yeah, okay.
And there we can actually see the governor of Gibraltar. I think we can see the next.
Okay.
The governor of Gibraltar, Lieutenant General Ed Davies, watching the games.
Good. Yeah, very nice.
Very nice. Yeah.
So he'll be coming and joining us.
There we can see it. There we can see him. And oops.
Yeah.
He's getting some instruction from Laurent Frey, our chief arbiter, right?
Yes.
And
and we will hopefully have an interview with him quite shortly, so we'll probably be setting that one up, you know, in 5 minutes or so. It'd be nice to have his thoughts and views of
the Gibraltar Chess Festival.
So
yeah.
Good. So, okay, and now Nigel, let's see how things have gone in that game. We had Queen E1 played, Knight C5. More pieces exchanged off, the less likely you are to face a horrible attack. And
get killed by a horrible attack, yeah.
Get killed by a horrible attack, yeah. So, an exchange on C5, Bishop D2, and now because there's no knight that's going to take on F4, Black figures it's safe enough to take that one off the board. So he does take on F4 now. Right. And I think this is now not so dangerous for Black, because White doesn't have many pieces to attack with here.
No, in fact, could the tide have turned?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is a lovely square for
the queen on e5. Yeah, that e5 square is going to be gorgeous.
Queen, knight, or bishop on that square.
Exactly. So, yeah, and
Nigel gone rook
takes f4.
Yeah, in this position. So let's say we try to take control of that square and play something along the lines of knight
Love
d7
that.
here.
And
just try to get it.
Just get it.
Yeah. Get it into the square.
What to do?
Yeah. Knight d7. I quite like Black now. I think I don't.
Something has gone wrong. I really don't like Black's position. White's position, because if you do moves like rook g4, you know, yes, you have a nice little shot at bishop takes h6, but you know, the pieces aren't really coordinated.
Yeah, that's right.
And
So, so I mean, you probably, if you're Nigel here, have to try something like Queen G3, but you know, this is only one threat, and it's quite an easy one to stop. You can move the king. You can do a couple other things here.
Just move the. Maybe you can go rook. I'm wondering. Yeah, I think Queen G3 is a good move.
It's probably the only way.
It's the only way you can try,
and play like this. So, but again, this is a very big square for the knight when it comes to that square. So you know, knight coming into e5 in this position. So I think Lev will be happy. He's got a position he can play for a win with Black already. So you know, something like takes. You either move the king. Maybe you put something on g5 as well. That's the. I have to worry about d6, though, don't I? Yeah,
you do have to worry about d6. So just move the king. Just move the king somewhere.
Move the king. And you know, maybe
h7. No. I want to put it at h7.
Okay. h7. And now maybe rook d1.
Oh, you're really piling on the pressure there.
Try to go for that one.
Yeah. Well, yes. Well, you have to, because like the scales are not in your favour, so you do need to generate play. What to do? Rook f1, 8. Sorry, rook f8. It's just a cheap shot.
Yeah.
It's just a cheap shot. Yeah. I think you can just go h3.
Probably h3.
No, but you.
I mean, it's not.
You still can't. No, you still can't take my d6 pawn.
No. this is not so bad for.
No, this is not so bad. This is not all doom and gloom. There's
no.
definitely something. But I mean, I can go here in this position. I can go knight b6.
Let's see what happens if I take this
Bishop
one. Then.
takes.
So there's a nasty little trick here, maybe.
Yep.
So I have to take the queen.
Yeah.
Because if I take the rook here, there's a nasty check on g1. Big check.
Yep.
So you have to take the queen, but then I feel that something similar is going to happen here.
Definitely.
So we're going to check
Rook
here.
to f.
And this is a common trick to try to take the rook away from the defence. And after king here, again, this is looking very. You don't want
This is ropey.
You can't do this.
Well, you might be able to get away with it, but you know, it's not good. Okay.
Yeah. So there we go. And okay, so I don't know, but I think Lev will be more happy though in the position at the moment. After rook takes f4, I mean, you know, knight d7 was just one possibility here. You might actually just want to keep that knight there to deter a queen h5.
Yeah.
So, oh, very interesting move. So he's gone for g5 now.
Whoa.
This is a very bold choice by Lev. He's kicking that rook away.
I would have. This is such a shame. I would have loved to have a heart monitor on Nigel,
Nigel at that moment.
at that minute, because that's completely.
Yes.
You can see by Nigel's body language that he did not expect that at all. No one expected that one.
No, that's right. So g5 comes, and well, okay. I mean, you can go queen g3, but then knight h5, so move the rook somewhere. Now, where do you move the rook? Because if you move it to this square, I think the point of Lev's play is he's going to come to the more aggressive square. And knight g4,
knight g4, yeah, sorry.
Is setting up some horrible tricks now. I mean, with this,
just look at that.
It's actually really, really bad all of a sudden for Nigel here. So I think you have to go to f1 with the rook in this situation. And after you move the rook to the square.
But now the queen will come to. I mean, I can still go knight g4. I can still go knight g4.
So same idea, really.
Same idea. Yes.
We've actually this check. This check is pretty
it's just
dangerous.
horrible.
I mean.
Are we?
I mean. We're talking about the smothered mate, but we have to show it.
Yeah.
If we can,
But
if
it
we can arrange
it doesn't quite work.
Unless I move the queen over there or something. It's the only way I can get it to work. But
okay, the natural one would be queen g3. But here the knight is just going to come and collect a few pieces,
yes.
right?
Yeah. I mean, this is just.
Okay, maybe queen g3 is inaccurate because of.
I think you have to probably try this, but this is horrible defense. You know, so the king can come to h2.
Yeah, but then you can just go. Do I have anything after knight f2?
I was thinking I can go check here, and I want to get my bishop on the dark square. So, can I do this just in time? That's a lovely square for the bishop. I don't think you can take. Oh, maybe you can take here. I'm not sure. I was just trying to analyse this one. Check, king g1,
bishop to d4,
or even rook takes rook.
Oh yeah, rook takes rook.
Yeah, but rook takes rook, and then
no, but there's a bishop. There's a bishop e3. After rook takes rook.
Yeah. Well, Nigel's put the rook on another square instead. So he's put the rook on f3. So he's trying to keep it. A bit
trying to keep it a bit more solid.
And yeah.
Very good.
Maybe again I do the same thing. I just go knight g4. I mean, I think Lev's at least.
How do I?
He doesn't look comfortable, does he? Nigel?
No, he doesn't look. No, this one came like a bolt from the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
He's been thunderstruck.
He has. Doesn't look entirely comfortable in this situation. So we have a tweet now, which we're going to show. So here we go from Anit. Hello, Anit.
Hello, Anit. Very good friend of ours. One of the reasons I want to be in Gibraltar next year. And look at that view. It's a lot of snow.
It is, yeah.
There's a lot of snow. Yes, we don't.
Yes. I'm just trying to work out where he is.
He's in Switzerland.
Oh,
He's in Switzerland.
Right. Okay.
So,
okay.
Yes.
And,
fortunately, you can still have a lot of fun with us.
Yeah, cool. That does look pretty grim there, doesn't it? You know?
It does. So, it does. It's very grey.
Yeah, definitely.
And on the right-hand side, you can see how it currently is outside our window.
That's a lot better. Is that actually the current one, or is that stock footage? I imagine that's stock footage, isn't it?
I don't know.
But it's yeah.
I was just
it's lovely.
I was just joking.
It's
yeah,
gorgeous.
it's gorgeous. Yeah.
You can see the hotel where the chess is being played. There was that end building overlooking the sea, quite near Morocco, even over here. So it's a beautiful venue for a chess
tournament. It's absolutely stunning. Yes.
There's lots of places to eat and drink around here.
No, I mean this tournament has everything. Has a great social program. Has fantastic prizes. It's even got the best of it. It's got best weather ever.
Yes.
Yesterday, I mean, just lounging in the sun like a lizard.
It's lovely. Yeah, absolutely lovely. So yeah, Anit, you got your tweet up. Woohoo! Nice one, Anit. So that's what you can do. If you tweet us, we might be able to show your tweets live on the show.
Yeah.
So do get them across to us, and you get your name in the lights. Okay, so go back to the games, and I'm trying to see if we have any more exciting attacking chess. Maybe we can bring up another game, or if there's any in the
Shall we look at against Adiban against Lance Henderson? That looked like
that was quite weird.
That was
quite
a weird.
Yeah, because we had Black played this knight b4. But it's a very easy threat to dodge. It kind of looks superficial, might not be, but after castling, he goes to c2 anyway. This may be actually just a very clever idea, because you want to go e4, but you want to control the d4 square. So you do want to have that one covered with the knight, and rook b1 force. So e4. So this is the plan I missed originally. I didn't see this one because this was a very good square for knight.
That was a fantastic,
Knight h4.
Keeping the pressure up. Knight e7, I think, is...
As you predicted. And again, bishop g5, keeping the pressure up. Again, f5 being a main target here. Rook f8. So Black is actually, he's a bit passive.
He's on the back foot just a little bit in the terms of that. He's been finding
bishop h3, isn't it?
He's been finding he has to find the only moves to keep that pawn.
Yeah. So this bishop h3 was very clever, a bit sort of a new idea. Rook b d1, and now decide that this knight is not going to d4 anymore, and after a3 it may well be trapped, so he moves it back to b4.
Has to go back, yes.
And
I'm
starting to actually really like White's position here.
Me
I
too.
think Black hasn't been able to stabilise the centre of the board at all, and that's a big problem. And Black's pieces look very ugly. I mean, now that I'm fully developed as White, I might consider trying to open up more.
That is very, very thematic, very principled. Look at the bishop on c8 and d8.
Yeah. These guys are very badly developed, so I open the lines up. I take here, and I've got
then rook goes to e1. Oh gosh, goodness!
This would be disastrous.
How does Black even dream of untangling?
I don't know. This is horrible.
It's not good.
Horrible position, this one, if it occurs. So. Yeah, so I like Adiban's position. I think he's actually played very crafty.
He's tricked his opponent.
Maybe the key move, and a move he might have prepared in the opening, is in this position. He plays a very strange-looking move. Most people put the bishop on g2, but he put the bishop on h3 here, and this must be sort of a new idea. When White gets his pressure against f5, which gains him a nice little tempo a lot of the time. So it's a nice way to go. And I know there's a lot of Hikaru fans, but I don't think we have any more moves really in that game, so we won't have too much of a look at Hikaru's game. It's not really developing too much.
Okay, so can we go back? Let's check out Romain Edouard against Michael Adams, because that was quite theoretical position. I predicted that the game would probably...
Which one, sorry?
Romain Edouard against Michael Adams. So stop.
Yes.
I thought this was just a race to get to move 30. Draw could
so?
Yes.
So let's have a look. And bishop a6 was the last move.
I think I'll probably have to eat my words, but
It might go on a bit.
Do you think so? It might be, yeah.
No.
There's nothing worse than when you think that you're destined for a short victory, and then you make a mess out of it, and then you end up being the last person to finish.
Yeah.
And in your mind, you've mentally had, your dinner, you had everything, and you're sat there thinking, I should have finished this a long time ago.
Ready for it. The next move is something a bit different I haven't seen here. I mean, white doesn't normally take, I haven't seen white ever take on b6 in this kind of position, because that pawn is normally a very good cramping pawn. So this is maybe a new idea by Edouard. And after takes, Mickey is now considering
this is
what to play.
Knight takes b6, because knight takes b6, knight c4 looks quite natural. Bishop on b4.
Bishop takes b4 could
run. I don't think I would do. I would definitely go knight takes b6.
Well, unless you've got c5, that's the one question. If you can't play c5, then you're clearly in trouble.
Oh, but wait 1 second. I can do something a bit sneaky. So instead of rook b3, I can actually use my f rook and attack your bishop.
Okay, this one. Interesting.
Yes, because I'm basing it bishop takes. I'm going to go b7.
Very nice.
And Romain Edouard, of course, he's now editor, I think, of Thinkers Publishing. Yeah. So he's. I've completely forgot about that when I played him in Forencial.
Yeah.
I think it was someone said to me, "Oh yes, he's editor for Thinkers Publishing, so he would have known about all these books." And perhaps I was like, "Oh yes, yes."
That's right. And well, I mean, we have some more moves. I'm surprised. I'm surprised by that though. That what happens here, because Mickey doesn't take either of the pawns. He goes queen b7, and that move now runs into b5. When I think you have to play c5 now, because if you take here, rook c7 is winning immediately.
Game over.
So, so you have to play the c5 move now. And here.
Or pawn takes.
Okay, so pawn takes pawn. Let's say I go knight takes here, most active thing, and I try to start mopping up these pawns, queen b6, something like that.
Something like that. Okay, so queen. I have to move my queen, obviously. So queen d4. Oh, hang on. Wait, no. I'm going to change my mind.
Okay.
Queen c2.
Queen c2.
Yes.
That's better. And
yes, I changed my mind. If you do that. I didn't really have a response planned for that, but knight d4, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Go knight c6 next.
Knight c6 next.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very nasty move, isn't it? So this is maybe an interesting little novel idea of Edouard's, I think. This taken on b6, and he is, like as you mentioned, extremely well prepared. I mean, he was also second for Topalov.
Yes, and he's just actually.
So he's
just published a book, My Years with Topalov.
Yeah, that's one of his last ones. So he's obviously worked with a lot of the best players. Definitely.
Yes. No, there was a very nice moment when I was commentating the Grand Chess Tour, and he was doing the Paris. Romain Edouard was commentating on the Paris, and he told us, he said that. They had prepared this special novelty with Topalov, and he said if Topalov plays this in the French, then that's it. Topalov will win.
Right. Okay.
And so we were all sat there with bated breath as to whether Topalov would remember this theory.
This theory, right?
And he forgot.
Oh, he forgot.
He forgot, and he just killed his promising position.
A game that people are asking for, I'm just seeing if I can find it, is between Mossad and Beppe. I think Beppe's got a lot of fans out there. So
Pepe.
Beppe. What do I say? Beppe. I think I've been watching too much EastEnders. I think.
Oh yeah, there wasn't Beppe.
There was an old Beppe.
There wasn't.
So I'm going to see if we can find that game, but I just have to search for it, and we'll see, because a lot of you are asking about that one. So,
okay.
So let's see if we can do it. So, wrong thing. And we will now try to see if we can get the game up. And he's playing against a very talented French player who just won, came first equal
in the London Chess
London Classic, yeah. So. So can we find a game?
I didn't see it on the list.
Okay. So hopefully it is on the list. And do
there it is.
Do let us know, you know, your suggestions. If there's any really interesting game that a lot of you want to see, then you know, do tell us, so when we come through to it. So we have, well, again, a very interesting position here. With, if we just go back to where things open up, we had this structure, and the one break black really must play is f5, otherwise you've got no play and you're always cramped here. So he goes for it, but of course doing such a move can backfire horribly as well. G takes f5, takes, and now another capture on f5. And another issue that black might have is the light squares. The light squares can be very weak.
Yeah.
And this can really work badly, you know, with the light square bishop that white has, but black doesn't have one. You know, for example, if you went here and just run into this.
This looks just excellent for white.
It looks very, very
good
for white.
It looks absolutely
really
excellent, you know, because
square,
exactly,
like,
I'm going to castle queenside, rook g1.
Yeah.
This really is fun days.
It is, yeah, it really is. It really
no,
is.
something has gone unless black can do something.
Yeah, active.
Yeah, and not even. Unless it's some kind. No, even then.
Well, we have a couple more moves. You can see the two players there, and he's got his hood up. I mean,
what does that mean?
I don't know. Is that a bit intimidating playing someone?
Does he have sunglasses as well?
Possibly. So he, I don't think he has. He can't be wearing sunglasses for the game.
Really? It did look like he had some.
No, I don't. Can he? I mean, Hikaru did that once, didn't he? Anyone else? Wesley So. So, but I no glasses.
Glasses. Okay, glasses. So. I just thought that they were.
Yes. Actually, he was telling me yesterday, Jules, that he does quite a lot of boxing training as well. Actually, so he could be a potential chess boxer in the making.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Why?
No.
Really?
Because the people who do chess boxing are normally retired boxers who then take on chess.
Okay.
And I just think that's just such a scary thought. You know, because it's better than chess players who have just picked up boxing. Because, you know, these guys, is, you know, if it's a retired boxer, you're talking about someone seriously powerful. And you're you're really dependent on your chess.
Yeah.
Maybe,
yeah.
Would you want to meet a professional boxer?
I wouldn't like to meet any boxer, thank you.
Exactly.
No,
a professional boxer who'd just taken up chess, you know.
No, I'm okay, thank you. So,
exactly, it's like, no thank you.
No thank you, so, no, so.
Because there was a moment where I thought, okay, well, maybe it might be interesting just to kind of have it in your routine, you know, because there aren't too many female chess boxers. I'm not very athletic, but, you know, I thought, well, maybe.
It's very good training. Boxing, one of the best ways to keep fit.
Exactly.
So, you know.
Exactly, but then someone told me, hey, you know, it is professional. It's like retired professional boxers who've decided to take chess.
I mean, the one I've watched some chess boxing fights and been over there, and I think they generally try in chess boxing to pair you up with someone of similar things. So I know they have had chess players, you know, mainly against other chess players, and they do try to generally make it quite.
So
fair.
They're not going to give them.
No. I mean, I think that'd be really unfair if you put like some proper boxer who's had a load of fights against some random chess player. I mean, you're just asking for to be, you know, something.
Exactly,
like,
yes,
so
asking
really
for a brain injury. So no, thank you.
Yes.
No, thank you. I just.
Well, we have, by the way, a couple more moves. Knight e7, which looks like the only way to play. Now just bishop e4.
Bishop e4, yeah.
And the big threat is f6 here, and you know, if you take that one,
I think probably knight f6 will be played.
Okay.
You know,
let's have a look. So knight f6 is normal, trying to get rid of that bishop there.
But then I think the bishop can just simply get out of the way and still.
He's actually taken on f5.
Oh, he took on f5.
He took on f5. He's got queen f6 coming, so. You know, coming into the thing. I mean, if queen f(c2), queen f6, and if you get your king out of the way and get your knight into either d4 or take that bishop, it might not be that bad.
Yeah.
I've got some weird move like bishop g5 here. I was just wondering, is this
looks good.
Is this something to be scared about? I guess queen to f7. It might just be. It might
yeah,
just
but
not
then I
anything.
have rook g1.
And then I take the bishop, then you go rook takes.
Yes.
Oh, very nasty. Very, very nasty, that one. So.
Yeah, so
No, okay.
I don't know. It's a bit smelly.
It does.
Black's position is really maybe he might get away with it, but
it feels very suspicious.
It comes with a warning. Don't try this.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Don't try this at home. Thank you very much.
Yes. No, I agree. It does look very, very suspect at the moment. So, okay. Yeah. So Beppe. I keep playing Beppe, don't I? So
but you're right. He was from EastEnders.
I know, he just keeps coming in.
He's an old character as well.
He is, yeah. Well, I haven't watched EastEnders, I think, about 20 years now.
Yeah, me too. I only watched it with the Mitchell brothers.
The Mitchell brothers,
yeah.
Grant and
Phil.
Yeah, Phil. So, stupid English programme we're talking about here.
It's so depressing.
Very depressing, yeah.
But there was a stage, when they were fighting, the brothers were fighting, where it got really exciting.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That was when we were teenagers, I think.
Yeah. So Liam Lequan.
Let's go to.
So go over there against Sarah, and again, we have a look at the current position. So I've had a bit of a chest infection, which has come back. So if you hear me coughing or doing stuff, then I'm trying to work through it with lots of water at the moment. So just let you guys know.
There's.
I've had this thing for a while now.
Cup of tea.
Yeah,
cup of tea, Simon.
Really does it, but it's a bit.
A cup of tea solves everything. You know that.
A cup of tea, yeah. I'm not a coffee person generally, so but.
But a cup of tea.
Cup of tea. Cup of tea is a very English way.
Exactly. That's what there's like this table with like how countries solve problems.
Yeah.
And the English one is have a cup of tea.
Yes.
Have a cup of tea, and then solution.
Yeah, that's it. Tea with honey, that is good. Someone suggested that. Very good way of doing it. And
and with ginger.
Definitely.
Put some ginger, put some ginger in. Yeah, very good.
So I just went over to this game very quickly, and it's black to move. White has generated a little bit of pressure over on the queen side here, as we can see. It's a little bit uncomfortable for black because these pieces are sort of, it seems to me, tied up. You can't move the rook because the knight goes. If you move the knight, the queen comes in, and sacrifices like this are not going to work because all your pieces are on the other side of the board, so you can't coordinate them.
Yes, but at the same time, it could be like basically a standoff where, yes, it's true that. So if we go to the final position, because
sorry.
Yeah, so it could be a standoff. Like, okay, yes, my queen on b8 and my rook on b5 are tied down, but then so is your queen on a4 and your rook on a1, and as soon as you move them, I'm going to get out of the way as well.
Yes.
So there's.
I suppose as white got some plan, I would probably try to bring this knight, get the bishop out of the way, and try to bring the knight around either. And I do have control of this open file.
That's true.
So if I can go like bishop e3, this would be my plan. Bishop e3 to get the bishop in a slightly more active diagonal, and to free up the d2 square, so the knight can then try to come here. And just maybe I just play it very simply. Maybe I just try to swap off this knight, and I have two open files to move in on. So I can also see e6 being a bit of a weakness. So if I can never get my queen to the b3 square, it's going to be very hard to defend that pawn. So I actually think black's maybe in a bit of trouble even here. Possibly.
You think, yeah.
Bit
no, I'm also thinking d4 is probably something that.
D4
could be something that's.
And what's black's move here? That's the other thing. I mean.
I thought queen b7.
Sorry, queen b7. You said, yeah. So D. That's maybe stops. No, it doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop d4. No, you're right. I'm in a bit of a pickle there.
So maybe I mean this or d4. That's all. One of these two moves. I'd like to thank all the Tata Steel guys and girls for joining us in the stream here. So I think Magnus Carlsen has won the main group. After
many congratulations to Magnus.
Many congratulations. He's playing very well.
There
was a joke by Tajay, who's a main Norwegian news guy, and he mentioned that Magnus sort of is playing like he did sort of 3 years ago, because in this interview at the World Championship, someone asked Magnus, who's your favourite player? And he said, myself 3 years ago.
I
which
know.
is quite I mean, that's quite funny, quite a funny answer. Myself 3 years ago. And he's playing like that again because you know, I mean, the thing is, whenever he plays badly or you know whatever, he's still playing about 28-50 strength, so it's really not that bad.
Myself 3 years ago.
I love that answer.
Did you?
I do. I think it's quite funny. I don't think he takes himself too serious. So, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't two minds about the British in me went.
Really? Why is that?
Big for his boots.
Well, he's a world champion.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
it's true.
He's allowed to be.
It's true. I kind of like. I like my modest. I like my modest world champions.
Yes.
Which world champion has been modest? Probably none of them.
Probably doesn't help, does it? You know, so you probably, you know.
Anand is pretty modest. Hou
Yifei's not actually world champion, is she? But she She seems pretty modest and
Ju Wenjun as well.
Yeah.
Ju Wenjun, very.
I mean,
Eva Smyslov.
I think I don't know. It's like modesty or you know, confidence. We were talking about this the other day.
Yes.
You know, if you're world champion, you've got to be confident, and you've got to show that confidence. You know, in the way you play, and also probably the way you hold yourself off the board as well. You know, it does help to be confident. So I don't know.
I don't know, but it's like take those the 3 tennis players like Nadal, Djokovic, and I always forget their names. Federer. They're pretty. Are they pretty modest guys?
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Yeah. I'm not a big tennis fan.
No, neither am I actually.
Actually, you know, I have no idea.
I have no idea, but they come across. Maybe they're not, though.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not.
Then you've got footballers, you know, not the most modest.
Not the most modest.
No.
So okay, so you know, we think that Kadam is positionally and perhaps in a little bit of a bind. She's got some issues to work through.
Yes.
Let's go back to Nigel Short and Levon Aronian. So we left it after Levon had played that rather unexpected G7, G5, and
yes.
What do you think? How did it?
So Rook F3 was played, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then Knight G4 indeed.
Did come in. And Nigel went Bishop E3. Actually,
had to be played.
So that's why the Rook went here. He really had to block this one up. And so Aronian does take the Bishop pair, and now the manoeuvre, which we kind of mentioned before, the Bishop is really good there, where it can't be kicked away from a white pawn, and it does a great job of defending.
Yes. This beautiful Bishop.
D6, yeah. So
just
yes. So Rook D1, Bishop E5, defending the pawn on D6, and you know, pointing towards the king. So it's such a beautiful piece.
It is a beautiful piece. It just look at it.
Yeah, indeed.
Every single diagonal, it kind of covers nearly all the dark squares.
Yes, it does. It's amazing bishop. So Rook D, D3, and now we improve our rook as well. Why not? H3 and Queen B6. Just, you know, a bit annoying to defend that one actually. Nigel has to move the B pawn, but that is weakening him over here. This actually looks really bad for Nigel. I think really bad.
I think so too.
I think this has gone horribly wrong.
And you can look at that. Look at that. Just sorry, I'm just drawn to the way that they're behaving on the board. You know, Levon just puffed out his chest and, you know, stretched it out like this, and
you can actually see on Nigel's face how disgusted he is with the position.
Yeah,
he's not hiding it well.
I think he's gonna tweet again. He played like a vice president.
Yes.
But I just love that body thing. Yeah. I think I'm going to start doing that.
His nails.
Yes,
you know,
you have been outclassed.
Yeah. And the issue is you can't move this knight because of the rook.
Yeah.
Black's got control of two files. The bishop on e5 is fantastic. You can bring the queen around.
This position for Black deserves its own fan club. You know?
It does. Yeah, it does. Yes, it's really
it's so good.
Yeah.
Let's shall we just?
He's been a bit, you know, Aronian has shown why he's Aronian, isn't he? Who wants to join the Aronian position fan club here? So was the Battle of the Sexes was yesterday?
Yes.
Was there any controversy?
Controversy?
At all in the Battle of the Sexes, or any you know, funny moments, or any sort of anything worth noting? So I didn't actually attend.
Yeah. It was. So you know, it started off with the men just convincingly defeating the women, and then it got a bit messy in the second game, and one of the guys blundered, and he was a bit upset about it, and I had to console him.
Really?
I was like,
Right, okay.
and so it's fine, it's good publicity. But the controversy came on the third round when Nigel, who was a male team captain, he made a substitution, so he replaced David Howell for, now guess. Have a guess. Have a guess for the most.
You told me, so.
So yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So for normally you kind of in the battle of the sexes you'd like someone young and athletic who can run to the clock, and hit it. Yeah. He chose Raymond Keane. Yeah. And well,
Raymond's lost a lot of weight.
He has lost a lot. He has. I mean, all credit to him. He probably couldn't have done this a few years ago, and great that he got into the spirit of things. But
yeah, it's really impressive how much he's lost. So, yeah, very good. But
yeah,
the controversy around that, I suppose, is that I don't know, these guys maybe not too friendly because they sort of, well, I don't know, they write for a set. Well, Raymond used to write for a paper, and David sort of then started writing for that paper and took over Raymond. Is that right? Something along those lines. So
something along those lines.
Something along those lines.
And there's a little bit of
rivalry or something, not rivalry, but
Yeah. So Nigel.
Yeah.
Decided to
sub out David for Raymond.
For Raymond Keane.
Typical Nigel manoeuvre.
Yeah.
So yes. So I haven't actually seen, Raymond hasn't been in the commentary room. Neither is David. David's not having a great tournament at the moment. I hope he has a much better second half because he's a great
exactly.
player.
In these tournaments, it actually doesn't really matter how you start. It's how you finish. Yeah. Like so many tournaments are decided on your on the end results, whether you have a winning streak or not. Yeah. So there's plenty of things to play for. I mean, last year the winning score was 7.5 points out of 10, and I think 7 players. There was a bit of a traffic jam at the top. There was lots of players on 7.5, and top score for the females was 6.5 points. Yeah. So still, plenty of points up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. So
even if you started on 1 for a woman, 1.5.
You
can run through it. You can just win 5 in a row.
That's it.
That's it.
And these guys can win 5 in a row if they get their minds together.
Exactly.
And start playing the right way. So yeah. And if you want to see the battle of the sexes, then I think the best place to go is to the YouTube channel. So go to YouTube and just search Gibraltar Chess. Gib Chess. You'll find it. As well as the battle of the sexes, there's many other things.
There's some funny interviews.
Right, even an interview with the lovely Jovanka, I think.
Well, they put me under pressure. I can tell you, it's like one of the questions they asked. Maybe I shouldn't give it away, but one of the questions they asked was, "What would keep you safe in the case of a zombie attack? What's your special skill that will keep you safe?" And I was like, I've always thought about that. That is the kind of question I've considered all my life. So here's my ready-made answer. So I just went, I panicked. I'm not, it's not my finest moment, but I panicked. Yeah, and I ended up saying, I will hide because I'm a bit of a chicken. that was my answer.
Let's put on the spot.
Exactly. I couldn't sit there and say, I run fast, because I don't.
No.
The people who run faster than me.
I'm not a particularly fast runner.
I can't say that I'm gonna sweet talk my way out of some zombie coming at me, because honestly, that's not going to happen.
Well, I think Gibraltar would be the perfect place for a zombie attack. You just you close all the borders. Not like Gibraltar does that anyway, and you can hide up the top of the rock. So there you go with the monkeys. Well, no, the apes.
The apes got no tails.
So,
so
could be good.
So let's have a quick. Let's revisit the old Cuenca versus Jules Moussard.
Okay, actually, this is a very simple way of doing it. So Jules is having a bit of a disastrous day today, and bishop e4, knight takes f5,
queen d3,
and actually after queen f6, rather than doing any of this fancy stuff.
No, rook h3.
Rook h3, oh my words.
And that's it, he's blundered a piece, right?
It might be actually resignations here for Jules, unfortunately.
Oh no.
I mean,
he's played very quickly, and he's played queen g6.
Well, I mean, I've got one of these two moves. I don't know which one's more accurate. Either rook g3 first, or I play rook f3. I mean, rook f3, you check, and then even queen f1.
Maybe there's no need. There's no need to do these things.
I'm thinking this might just be winning a piece though. This one.
Yeah.
Because if you take.
Yeah, but you can't get out of the pin.
Did I go here?
You put your queen on the pin,
well, yeah,
and you're not going to get out of it. So I can even just do something like castles, queenside, and da-da.
Yeah.
You're stuck.
I think it's just losing for black. I think it's literally.
It's just.
It's gone horribly wrong for black.
No, this is not
really,
good.
Really bad. Yeah. So really bad. And I don't know. Okay, so Queen G6. I mean, the other way. You wanted to castle now, did you?
Just castle, yeah.
Okay. So
now I'm just going to go Rook F3.
Do it this way as well, because you've got 2 pieces now.
Look at that. It's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, this bishop's so strong. It's such a strong piece, and black can't get rid of it. If knight c5, thank you. And if knight f6, thank you. So it's actually really, really quite bad.
It's over, game over, I think.
Yeah, I think so. God, that's horrible to lose like in such a bad way.
And
not putting up a fight.
And now, because of the Twitch stream, in public.
Yeah. In public, yeah, he's going to thank us for that, isn't he? So it's the first time we looked at any of his games, and he's had a bad day at the office. Bad day, but okay. He's a very strong player.
No, he is. I mean, he won the London Classic. He is a great player. Just sometimes you just have one of these bad days where things just don't work for you, and.
I remember like last year, he was in the bar, Jules, and he was playing a lot of blitz with Chucky.
Oh yes.
So they were playing. I think they played for about 4 or 5 hours of just blitz, and he's a very good blitz player. He was really, he was keeping toe to toe with Chucky in blitz, and he's extremely high rated online. So it was, he's a talented player.
I also remember Ivanchuk having a bad day at the office last year. And the way he got over it was just playing blitz. But I just love it that he just forced his opponent to play blitz against him. He was like, right, we're going to keep going. You might have won the classical game, but we're going to keep going so that I can work off my anger.
Yeah, it's a good way of doing it.
I think I'm going to do that next time I lose a game. Yeah. So if I lose against you, Simon, that's it. We are playing blitz.
If you lose against me, that's it.
That's it.
Your life is over. I mean, I love playing blitz. I don't, as we mentioned, I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's very good for chess in general. I mean, I think it's good for testing out openings. So if you've got an opening you've just learning, or you've tried to learn, you can test out that opening, and make sure you remember some of the lines you get. So it's good for that. But
these days, you have, before we didn't have the World Rapid Blitz, the World Rapid and Blitz, and now we've got all sorts of tournaments. We've got the ACP European Rapid and Blitz. We've got all these kind of things. So I think there has to be something to be said for actually, and we have the Pro Chess League and all sorts of things. So I mean, it has its own place, but once you do need to play it, because these days I play blitz so infrequently that when I do play it, I'm all over the. No, as I'm telling as soon as the clock starts, start panicking, and then who knows what happens.
We saw the situation with Wesley So when he got short of time. The heart rate rises so much.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous how high the heart rate can increase.
Oh,
look at that.
Look at that.
Oh,
poor
that's
Morphy. They could definitely charm the hind leg of a zombie.
Charm the hind leg. I love that. So yes.
That's a great comment.
It is. Yeah. So nice little comment there. And I think you'd be friends with the zombies probably.
Do you think so? I think I'll make friends with them.
I think so. I think
that's my superpower.
Yes, be friends with the zombies.
Be friends with a zombie, okay.
Yeah, I think so. So it's very, very, very likely.
Okay.
So good. So we are surely going to be joined by a guest, but we just have a very quick look at another game as we go, and we are going to go over to Hikaru.
Yes.
And because I know he's got a lot of fans in the chat, and we're going to see how he's getting on. So the last position we had was after bishop to e4, and we had bishop f1, bishop d6,
and we were discussing as to whether he could take that bishop.
Yes, we were wondering
and just establish a good pawn center, or whether he had.
Yeah.
And he decided to
keep the pieces on the board.
Keep the pieces on the board.
This makes a lot of sense, as the bishop on d6 is quite funnily placed.
It is a bit strangely placed, yeah.
So c5 played, so that's stopping any possibility of white playing c5, and now just pushing on with d5.
Yes.
So we have the pawns locked over here, and these guys could be weak.
Could be strong.
But that knight now, it's hard because you'd like to get the knight over to a5.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's very hard to get that knight into a good square. You kind of want to have that already on this square. So,
but I think Black will probably go for like after capturing, because I think in the game he captures the pawn, and I think we're going to see something like b5.
b5 played.
Yes.
Yeah. In this position.
If that doesn't lose something, it could lose.
Yes. So my natural reaction would be to try and push this bishop away, and I could attempt to go knight to g5 here and play like this, attacking the bishop on e4, and then I just want to try to play e4 myself.
Yes. So it's a race.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, I have to go bishop g6, and then now you get rolling.
Yeah. Play this move e4. So this is one way I can play this position. So yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're going to have a very short break and be joined by a very important guest. So this is going to be fantastic. And
yes, we're very lucky in Gibraltar to have such important guests come visit our studio.
Definitely.
And they, come support the tournament. Yeah.
Brilliant. So we'll be back very shortly with that interview.
Welcome to Gibraltar. We are at the Caleta Hotel, home to the Gibraltar International Chess Festival.
With some of the best grandmasters.
They are brutal over the board. And the fun doesn't stop. Join us as we celebrate chess. Follow the action on our YouTube channel, Twitter and Instagram. See you there.
Welcome back, and it's a great pleasure to have in the studio with me the Governor of Gibraltar, Lieutenant General Edward Davis. Edward Davis, welcome to Gibraltar.
Right. Well, welcome to you. It's
it's great to be here.
Great to be here.
It's always fantastic to be here.
As we just said, it's one of the highlights.
Yes.
And it comes around quickly.
Yes, we saw you on the screen observing the games. What did you think of the chess action?
Well, I think I got an immediate sense that having done a little bit of reading in terms of the breadth and the quality of the competitors here, there was a sense of a greater degree of competitiveness. I mean, that came across to me. And also some new countries.
Yes.
I mean, I think we're up to over 60.
Which is a fantastic, because most events don't get 60.
60. So, and the other really amazing sight was to see a 12-year-old Indian boy, who I think is one of the youngest great masters ever,
yes.
Taking part in this great sport.
How did it make you feel? Because
it made me feel like a very slow learner. Yes. Brian and I were discussing that.
Yes.
We probably need to buck up a little bit.
Yeah, this is the thing with these. There's been a catalogue of Indian grandmasters coming out, and they've been very, very young, and they've all been trying to break the world record, and trying to make this 12-year-old. And one of them, he didn't manage to break the record, but like you say, the world's youngest grandmaster, and it just makes you feel, ooh. Yes,
and lots more ladies, lots more women
Definitely,
playing.
yeah. And it's an absolute privilege to have so many entrants here, yeah. So,
and I think this has got the home of
women's chess.
Yeah,
the home of women's chess. You know,
it's
such an unusual thing to have in a chess tournament. 60 women playing, and such fantastic prizes. You know, we're very. The chess world is incredibly blessed to have a massive prize fund, £25,000 for the first prize, and 15,000 first prize for the females. It's fantastic. Yeah.
So you might play next year as opposed to commentating.
Brian, and Stuart, perhaps. Yeah. But no, it's a fantastic challenge to commentate and also to play. You know, Gibraltar is one of those events you just don't miss. And there you can actually see the 12-year-old grandmaster Di Kakesh. Yes. Did you?
I think it is fair to say there's a lot more younger players who are prominent on.
Yes.
And in the open competitions, is that right?
There is definitely a lot more. So how do you feel that how has chess affected Gibraltar?
I think the first thing I would say is it's made Gibraltar feel very proud of its contribution to a great game that is chess, and it's helped its progression across the world, and it's streamed across the world.
Yes.
So, you know, little Gibraltar has proved yet again that you don't have to be big to be mighty, and I think, you know, they've developed a relationship with global world chess, which I think they're very proud of. I think, as we were just discussing with Brian, I think, you know, for Gibraltar, it's a great platform to develop some young Gibraltarian players, which, you know, the competition's one legacy, but how fantastic to see a budding generation of Gibraltarian chess players coming through.
Yes,
so it's wonderful. So I think we're very proud of it.
Yes, and we actually in Gibraltar has a junior festival in August. Will you be attending?
I will be. I was just thinking I didn't go to it last year. There must have been a reason, but I would obviously love to go. I missed it.
You missed the beach on the the Blitz on the beach.
We talked about this,
yes,
didn't we?
Yes, we did.
So I've missed it for 2 years in a row.
For 2 years. Next year I'm going to. I'll
speak to my
make sure you're there.
Office and make
chess,
sure I'm there.
Son. Yes. And do you play chess yourself?
No.
No.
I was going to say I intended to.
Have you dabbled in the game?
No, well, I mean, again, I see it as a game which is all the challenges I would want to have in a game. I just simply haven't got around to doing it yet, but I promise I will one day.
You promise you will?
I promise I will.
Okay. I was going to offer some lessons then.
Well, I'll need all the help.
You need the help?
I will need all the help I can get.
Yeah, so I'll offer some lessons, yes. And
Thank
then,
you.
and no, because chess is very, I mean, on the subject of like chess giving excitement, we actually have heart rate monitors. This is a new introduction to Gibraltar Chess Festival. And do you find, just watching, do you find it interesting to see people's heart rates?
Well, I think, I mean, it's part of the the intrigue of the game, isn't it? Because you see people sitting there,
Yes.
and you naturally think that they're quite relaxed, unstressed, because there's not a lot of movement, there's a lot of body language. So by having the heart monitor, it gives you an idea of the stress and the challenge, physical as well as mental, as your body deals with trying to get the better of your opponent. So I think it's another dynamic which makes chess come to life in a way that more people can understand it, more people can be interested and stimulated by it, because we're seeing a side of how humans react in that arena that is a chess competition. I think that's fascinating.
Yes. And I'd like to thank you very, very much for visiting the Chess Festival, and perhaps we'll see you at the Junior Festival, hopefully, the Blitz on the beach.
I hope I will see you there too. Thank you very much.
And I promise you, want some lessons? I'll give them to you.
Right, okay. I'll take you up on that.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much then.
So great to chat.
Thanks.
What would you name your opening if you invented one?
It's a French connection. So what?
Well, I would name it the Bong Hikaru.
The Beast.
The Peasant Attack.
Howl's Howler.
The Short Attack.
Personal favorite world champion?
Michael Doll.
Bobby Fischer.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Grandmaster Anand, and I am also a fan of some women's world champions.
Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, Fischer.
Kasparov. My favorite world champion, Aljochin.
Fischer.
Vishy Anand.
Karpov.
Karpov.
Mikhail Tal.
Magnus.
Best women prizes in open events, yes or no?
Absolutely, there should be top women's prizes.
I support it totally.
Yeah, of course I support it. I think every tournament should have them. Yeah, like Gibraltar.
These big prizes, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Of course I support it, yeah. Gibraltar, yeah.
Of course I do, I definitely do. I think it's super important to support women.
Yes, I do.
Yay! what would I answer otherwise, you know?
Which, according to you, is the strongest chess country?
United States?
Definitely Russia.
Normally I would have said Russia, but no, it's unclear.
It must still be Russia.
Russia.
Right now it's US.
Still Russia.
Russia.
USA.
Still Russia, although I believe that India has the... And I'm not saying this just to flatter you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to round 6 of the Gibraltar Chess Festival. And yeah, great guy, the governor, Ed Davis.
He's really down to earth, isn't he?
Yeah.
He seems like a lovely guy. And
it's fantastic that the governor of Gibraltar comes here and supports the event.
Yeah, and thank you for doing the interview. It's very,
it's okay. I quite liked it when I introduced him to, I welcomed him to Gibraltar. I meant to say Chess Festival, but I don't know the words.
So hello to your home.
I said hello to your home, to the place that you govern over.
He's a nice guy.
He was super nice, yeah.
It's a good thing, and yeah, I get quite anxious about doing these interviews, I'll be honest.
Yeah, me too, me too.
I'm not used to doing, all chess stuff, and obviously working with you is, great fun.
Yeah.
But when it comes to other stuff, I'm like, oh God, So,
I'm with you there. It's not every day we are first and foremost chess players, and when it comes to interviewing diplomats, like, whoa, calm down. Yes. Anyway.
Good.
Let's have a check up on the game. Nigel Short against Aronian. We thought Nigel was in big trouble. From his body language, Nigel also thinks that he's in big trouble as well.
Yeah. Yes, you can tell, can't you?
You can tell he's fed up.
It's funny with some players because like you got Mickey Adams, and we talked about the story the other day. With Mickey, you can't, he doesn't really give anything away. He's got poker face, but other players like Nigel there, you can just see he's just really uncomfortable and not happy at all. But the position is so ugly with the bishop on e5, and you're going to start a fan club.
I was going to start this position. We have a result on board 1, so
we do. Okay.
Let's shall we quickly check up on that position
before we go. That's probably a draw. It looks like a draw, isn't it? So we can go there in a sec, can't we? It doesn't look like too much has really happened. It's a solid opening. They probably play 30 moves, and I think Artemiev is
raced to the finish line. Yeah, raced to the drawing line.
He's probably okay to get a draw against the top seed. So let's just go Nigel's first. So they have made to move 30, and Nigel on the back foot and desperately try and defend. His king is now getting really weak, and the queen has dived in. It does look horrible, doesn't it? I mean, really, really bad.
What is this?
And now, well, you've got to do something. I mean, how do you stop that?
That's what I'm like. What is this?
What is this? Yeah, indeed.
What is this? Yeah. No, it's a
horrible, horrible threat.
So F4.
So F4, only way to try and block this bishop. I mean, otherwise it's checkmate on H2. But of course, this loses a pawn, and Aronian has taken that pawn. Is he going to try Queen G1, grovel some ending?
I think
he has. Queen takes G1, be played. And maybe you try to put the knight on F3 and try to get some kind of blockade. He's got knight takes G1. That knight sort of trying to come to this square and defend.
But then there's a rook C8.
Rook C8 is a problem. Definitely coming in. Another weakness.
Another weakness.
Yeah.
And I think we can just see that Nigel has.
It's not fun, is it? This is not fun. And, by the way, Sarek has already beaten Antipov.
That was in that Queen A4 line, right. Queen C, Queen C4.
Yeah. Antipov played quite funny in the opening. He didn't really, test, the Black's opening at all, did he? Was that the game I'm thinking of? We can go check
that was the game. That's the game. Your Queen A4, Queen A4 happened, and
that's it. So
I think this Queen A4. You have to be with these kind of openings, you have to be very precise.
Definitely.
Because it's such a strange thing to put your queen out to A4 and not to actually take any space in the centre, that you could end up just drifting around with your queen and.
Yeah. No,
and we'll recheck.
Yeah. So has Nigel got any hope here whatsoever? I mean, let's say he. I don't think so. But let's say he tries knight F3, because it's very hard to defend this pawn. You can't move it to defend it because it'll just be lost. And if you play something like this, the black rook will win a pawn anyway.
Exactly.
So
you might as well.
Might as well try to get rid of that bishop and try.
And what happens if I just? In.
So if you take here, my idea is to
knight takes.
Grab your B pawn and pray. I mean, maybe I should go.
I think perhaps you should cut the king off.
I probably should cut the king off. You're right. This ending just must be lost. Must be lost.
Yeah, because F3 is a F3, and then you're going to have to.
I suppose the rook can come over here, but I mean E4 is dropping as well. you know, I'm just going to pick that pawn up, and that's the same with the king on the back rank. We're probably going to see this. He's playing knight to f3, so something along this line. But you think maybe cut the king off might be more sensible. So in that last line, I mean, let's remember black is 2 pawns up, so not all rook endings are drawn.
No,
not when you're 2 pawns up.
No, so I'm thinking rook d7.
So rook d7, and I mean, it's just
even f3, but the king is
horrible. F3 could well be playable.
No, but maybe there's some king g1 and they still can fight. So
well, let's say I just win the
well, we can actually.
This is all right, isn't it? Why can't I do this? You take here, I take here. I have like 2 free connected pass pawns.
Yeah, at the end.
I mean, it should be pretty simple. I put my rook. I mean, it's gone. It's
and
gone. It's Aronian.
It's
not like I'm playing this ending, where Nigel would have some chance. It's Aronian playing the ending.
Yes, so, and it's gone. Yeah.
So he's very, very good.
I think I think Nigel's just going to play a few moves just to.
Yeah. Not a good day for Nigel. He really did. I mean, it looks like Aronian's one of his bogey players.
Yes.
You know, and that really showed.
And now Nigel will have to win tomorrow because remember, you know, he was doing okay in Gibraltar last year until he played Levon Aronian, and then the tournament collapsed.
Yes.
And the same goes in the Isle of Man. He was doing okay until he played Aronian, and then he ended up on 50%.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I find actually, you know, one thing about being a successful chess player is not just your skills at the board, but a very under-talked about aspect of chess is the psychological side, and stuff like bouncing back from a loss is so important. You know, if you lose, don't go into free fall after that in the tournament. You've got to be able to play and bounce back, and also the state of mind you go into before the game. I mean, for me, it makes a massive difference. So I feel confident and good. I play so much better than if I'm, you know, got some doubts and you know. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's a mind game. So you've got to train your mind to be as strong as it possibly can.
Now we have a request, Simon, from our producer that to go to Jan Verler, Dutchman.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Who has now.
Let's have a look. So that one.
That's one that we'll have to look up.
Yep. And we'll go over there now and.
Oops.
Oh, that was interesting. So okay, I just had to find the game, put it up. So Jan hasn't, you know, he's a lawyer, is that right?
Yes.
In Holland, and he hasn't played much chess for a while. So here he is.
And he has the black pieces against the Thurman, and
what if he wins this? It's a fantastic result. So knight takes e6 is only okay. This is a little test. We're being told black to play and win. And it's only move 26. So
shall we open it up to the audience?
We can. You can have a go. You can have a go here, or have a go on Twitch as well. So we're gonna.
Oh, he's played. Oh, okay. Oh, well, spoiler alert! Too slow.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Rook c2.
So rook here. And first of all, what happens if I take this? Then let's see. So if you take this one, I'm assuming pawn takes is the way to play. Oh, this was the French. So Jan Verler crushes a opponent. Can I just have a look at the opening, because this is more for my benefit.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but occasionally, you know, us.
Okay. Yes.
So all right. So you might be able to show the game. It is quite a quick game. Rook takes c2. So is it pawn takes? Is this the point? And if king to, I'll try a1 first. Obviously looking incredibly dangerous, this position for. You know, very dangerous. I obviously want to take here, but
that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Oh, maybe no, it doesn't.
So it doesn't quite work.
No.
It's kind of close.
It would have. It would have been close if there'd been a pawn on c3.
Yes.
If there'd been a pawn on c3 as well, then
probably take the queen then as well.
No, I meant a white pawn.
A white pawn.
If there was a white pawn on c3, then no, even then it didn't work because you need a pawn on b3 as well.
Is it maybe queen a4? I know you take. With the idea actually just playing it quite slowly, sneaking my way in. I mean, queen b3 is a major threat, and queen a2.
Okay, so queen.
Or knight d4.
Yeah,
maybe it's not that move. So other options are you can try moving the knight to take on a3 with a bishop.
Yeah, I thought about that. Knight
d3.
No, knight d3. Queen takes d3.
It's a bad square for the queen. Yeah. Okay, so it's not actually entirely clear why this is winning to me. I mean, it's obviously very dangerous. So is the other idea just to go knight takes and then
bishop takes a3,
or
yeah.
knight takes a3?
So here, I mean,
but you are now queen takes d5, yeah, and white now has his own smothered mate possibilities.
That's true.
So you need to be pretty quick here, and everything's one tempo too slow. So
yes, so it has to be pawn takes by. Because we don't have any.
It has to be pawn takes. It does, yeah. Because this is too slow.
This is too slow, yes.
So you have to go pawn takes here.
Now king goes to a1, and now.
Okay, what about this one, queen a6? Because
yes, that's good.
Okay, well
yes.
done. And okay, I have to say I cheated there. Thank you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I'm not that good. So, but the queen is coming in. It's the same idea as before, but we gain that tempo to attack the knight. So actually, okay, going back to the board. Does Jan World have enough time here? He's got 20 minutes, and after knight takes e6, rook c2, queen d4 was played, and is there a major hit going on here? Probably.
There has to be.
It
just has to be. It just looks disgusting.
Rook b2 nearly works, but of course you've got queen takes.
Yeah.
Does queen takes a3, pawn takes queen?
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab it.
Fantasies.
I'm going to grab it. Grab the. I don't have much choice, to be honest.
Yes.
So, yeah. So other. And also, you know, the queens are now X-raying. So if white can get the queens off, his king should be reasonably safe. I say that reasonably. Queen takes d4, someone's saying, but then I don't really want to swap the queens off, as I've said. So I definitely.
I was just mentioning it takes off.
Aha. Can you see?
I'm thinking it could be knight d3.
Knight d3 is very interesting, isn't it? Let's have a look. And then bang, okay.
Yeah, my plan is if you take the knight, then I'm going to go rook takes.
Yeah. Well, I think I have to take. I can take c2 here as well, because Jovanka's pointed out that queen takes here is an amazing idea. Rook takes b2. Check.
Queen a6 played.
Queen a6
queen
has been
a6
played.
Okay.
So similar idea to what we looked at before. This is very strong, but I think white may have been able to defend here by playing rook takes rook, getting rid of that rook. Still dangerous, still clearly dangerous for
yes.
white, but he may be hanging on.
Yeah, he may be hanging on there. Okay, so
because you've got the exchange of queens. So queen a6.
Queen a6
was played.
Yeah, queen a6 and then queen e2. So knight d3, right? Also. So what's going to happen?
Knight d3, queen e2, lots of moves coming in. Great result with the black pieces, won't it, to beat someone as strong?
Exactly, as strong as the Thurman. Yeah.
Could give you in a good position with the white pieces tomorrow as well.
I have to say, I really love Thurman's surname. Sounds like a character from Lord of the Rings. Love it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Saruman. Saruman. Beautiful.
Definitely.
Very wise.
Okay, so I mean, after queen a6, how does white try to defend this position? And you're going to have to be very quick with some attacking ideas here because the threats are so strong. So we could, we could try knight c7. Why not? You know, in a bad position, let's
get some material.
Let's get some material. And now the queen, assuming, comes in, but then knight takes a8. This one does a jolly good job of defending. But I have bishop c5, so you could try queen e2, knight takes a8, and this is kind of overloaded because it's stuck on that square. So I'm giving up a rook though, so I'm a little bit like, maybe you can give the queen back. Maybe you've got rook e1 here.
Yeah, I'm thinking rook e1.
Rook e1 is annoying because you get around and defend
Yeah,
b2.
but then you have bishop takes. Ah, yes.
Might be defending, no? I mean, let's say you go rook e1, counter-attack. I guess
Go so rook e1.
Which, I don't know which rook.
I think probably the c rook.
Yeah. And
okay, so I have bishop. Queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight. Yeah. And now I have to play queen d1. Ugh. It's still very complex.
Yeah, but then I'm going to get queen f2, and you don't defend b2 anymore.
So can I keep the queen on a better diagonal, or can I just play rook f1 again?
Yeah.
No, but then you're going to mate me, aren't you?
I am going to mate you.
Queen takes c5. Might be playable, but I think that should be very good for black. I don't know, this seems a little bit murky to me. Let me just go back after knight c7 and see if there's any other possibilities. It makes sense to come here, but you can also come to g6, or come
that's
to...
sneaky, queen g6?
So queen g6, at least now this shouldn't be playable, should it?
No, because the rook takes rook, check.
Rook takes rook.
And that's game over.
Checkmate, next move. King takes and queen c2. And after queen g6, actually this is a major threat. I thought I might have time to play h5, but of course it's the same thing.
But you don't, do you? Rook takes.
Take on c1.
And if you move your rook, it's just simply rook c1 as well.
Yeah. Quite a nice little mate.
That's very nice mate.
Very nice mate.
Queen g6.
And this is
game
actually
over.
Queen c2 is very annoying. It's coming in every single line. So that is the idea. Actually get the queen in that smothered mate position. And I think that would be a killer. Absolute killer. How much time does Seferarman have? Okay, so he has half an hour, but if it's a losing position, it's a losing position. And
so maybe he just has to play knight f4.
Knight f4 to hold that square.
Yep.
But now our rook's not hanging, so... And the knight does also do a good job of defending
yeah,
these two. Looks very calm, Jan, doesn't he?
He does.
Very calm, so I don't think he'll throw this one away.
No.
But now I've got something like bishop c5. And
yep.
Same thing without...
Game over.
Should be. Very nice attack. The queen moves, and then I can take on b2. This is a point that we mentioned before. I think there's only one square for the queen, queen d1, and this one should be leading to a winning attack with the king coming here.
Yeah,
this is not winning, I don't know.
Yeah.
My name's
not Simon.
Not Simon. And this is winning. So it's a nice little box.
That is lovely.
Okay,
so let's move on to Hikaru against Itirizaga. So that started off as Queen's Indian. Quite an interesting...
It was, yeah. This is the last one we looked at before we were joined. And let's see, the pace picks up here. Knight d2, bishop e5. So Hikaru has gone for a sacrifice here of the exchange. And what's the idea of sacrifice? Well, after he drops the rook, knight comes to this lovely square.
d6.
This is a major problem over here, isn't it, with the black pieces as well.
The queen is the queen going to be locked out?
Ooh. Well, it's pretty locked out at the moment.
Because the rook moves. Aha, I think I see his plan.
So rook f8 played. I think he's just going to go for mate, because with so many pieces over on the queen side, you're only defending your king with the rook. Why don't we just go for mate? Get the guys in. This knight is fantastic. Get the queen over here. So e5 played, e4.
Yeah.
And the other thing about this move is you can support your great knight with the pawn or with the bishop, and that knight is worth an exchange.
Yes.
So bishop e5, trying to get rid of that knight.
And bishop f4.
Very nice move, bishop f4. That knight is so
okay,
strong.
so it is incredibly strong. I agree with you. But what happens if I just? Okay, I don't believe you. I'm gonna.
You don't believe me?
No, I don't believe you. I'm just gonna take.
Really?
I'll take that bishop.
What you think? You think black is okay?
No, I'm just some player. You know, some players are quite greedy and go, well, you know, I'm going to go take queen takes a2.
Oh no!
Exactly.
Oh, this is so kind of you to do this.
I know.
This is like really asking for it.
I know.
This is like you're basically saying, "Come on, just mate me.
Just oops.
Get it over with. kill me quickly.
I am saying that. I'm saying, where's your proof?
Yeah. We said earlier, knight on f5 is worth a pawn.
Yes, yes.
What about knight on d6?
Knight on d6.
But knight on d6 must be worth...
Go back a move, not queen A. Can you play b5?
You can play b5. It is possible to try and get it out, but I'm always going to go e5.
You're going to go, yeah.
And I keep the lock on. That's why Hikaru played this e4 move. And if you ever take here, well, my bishop joins in, so... it really is these guys which are a major problem.
Yeah,
so
that is a problem.
I suppose what Jovanka is asking is basically like, okay, just prove it.
Yeah,
just prove it.
That's all I'm...
You're probably winning, but just prove it.
Yeah, you...
So, you know, do it. Show me. Show me. Kill me. So, well,
yeah.
I mean, stuff like Queen G4,
yeah,
Queen
I know,
Bishop D3.
I just wanted to...
so we have a tweet coming up there, and... from Steve Connor. Hello, Steve. Sorry. Hello, Steve. Sorry, Steve. Yeah.
Well, we actually have a result. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry about that.
So, I think we can see that Levon Aronian has defeated Nigel Short. Yeah.
Quite a smooth game, really. I mean, you know, I'm sure. Not actually too much to show, really, in that game.
No.
I'm not being funny, but it was just smooth. It was
actually very good.
Totally different in class in some respects, and just for that game anyway.
I look forward to
Nigel's tweets.
Nigel's tweets afterwards.
Yeah.
He normally comes up with something quite witty.
Yeah, definitely. So, okay,
and
back to
Steve. You should do the quote in that accent. When you
lose, don't lose the lesson. Dalai Lama. And you will have to lose hundreds of games before becoming a good player. Capablanca.
You sound like Ray Winston, though.
Ray Winston.
Yeah,
Ray Winston.
Capablanca.
Yeah.
Gibraltar chess.
Gibraltar chess. Here we are.
Ginger JM.
Ginger JM. That's enough of that. Great. It's really helping me.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for that, Steve. And yeah, some nice little philosophy for us.
I'm sorry we made it into a Cockney Danny Dyer moment.
Yes, we don't want any of that in this show, thank you.
No.
We don't mind. So, well, I mean, going back to the Hikaru game, I'm just going to go e5, I think, here, because that stops your queen coming back, supports my knight, and more importantly, I want to get all my pieces coming in to make every single. I mean,
every piece is going there. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many ways I can basically kill you here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally undefendable.
Completely. Yeah.
Black can't do anything.
I'm with you there. And just look at that knight on the rook.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes. And well, Hikaru, very nice exchange sack. Very nice exchange sack. And he's going to be winning this one very well.
Yeah.
So apparently, a little information there. Aronian has only played the Sicilian
3 times.
3 times in the last
20 years.
So that must have been a bit of a shock for Nigel. And that's from Rakesh. Hello, Rakesh. Who I actually played Rakesh Kilcarney in.
I think I've played him as well.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy and
from Telford.
Good player.
Yeah, I think I played him in South Africa.
All right, okay, bit of a difference.
I think if this is the.
So we'll just have a look how the game has gone on, and then we'll move to another game. I'd like to go back as well to Neil Grandilius's after this, because I'm sure that has heated up.
I'm sure. Oh, and I'd also like to revisit Wesley.
This
is Wesley So.
Yeah, that's the same one, isn't it? Yeah. So okay, a slightly different thing. Rather than taking the bishop on f4, Black clearly figured that knight is just too strong, and I can understand that because it is really strong.
Yeah.
So he grabs that one off the board and goes here. Probably a better way to defend, and Hikaru just goes e5.
E5, and it's still the same problem, isn't it? The queen is offside, the knight is offside.
And you're coming in with this one.
Bishop to.
Black doesn't have any pieces to defend his king. Rook, bishop, and queen.
It's a nice game.
Very nice game.
We're seeing a lot of nice games in this this round.
Yeah, dynamic. A couple more moves. So he grabs on a2. Why not? You know.
And why not?
Exactly. If you're gonna.
Might as well.
Might as well. Rook e4. Simple idea of bringing the rook, I think, to this square, maybe to g4 as well, but we want to aim at h7 or g7.
Yeah.
So like rook h4, bishop d3, queen h5. If h6. I mean,
this is going to be.
It's going to be a slaughter.
Yeah, I think also with bishop d3, if you do go h6, you can also go. Also seeing this plan where you just simply go, but it's a little bit slow. Bishop d3, h4, h5, and then you swing a piece.
So he's gone to g4 in the end.
He's gone to g4.
Knight a6, and you can just saw him there moving the rook to g4.
I think if I had been Itiria Zaga, I wouldn't have bothered getting my knight out. I think I would have just started with the pawn.
Yeah.
With the a pawn, just gone a5.
Yeah,
and
just pray.
Just
pray. Yeah.
Just go
queen. Maybe he's trying to get a square on c2 in some variations, but
yes, okay.
I expect he now knows that this is really bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's have a look at this. So if you go knight b4, is Hikaru going to try to get his queen now? Just zoom it into the attack on h6.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
I also thought queen f3 is possible.
Yeah. Queen f3, queen h6 is a major threat here, though. I'm not sure how you stop that queen coming to h6.
King h.
Well, I'm going to come to g5 then.
Rook g8. Not pretty.
Actually, can I try something else here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just want to try this with the idea. This is nice. This is nice.
Oh.
I just had to do that. It might be rubbish, but
now I'm gonna go queen b7 though. Queen b7.
No, you're going to take the queen.
No,
so,
queen b7.
Okay. So yeah, queen
b2. Queen b2. Sorry.
Okay, I mean that's just a bit extravagant that way. We don't need to do anything extravagant in this position. If I just bring the queen to g5, you have to go.
I have to go rook g8.
And now I can set up another checkmate. I can set up taking here and going here, and
now I'm going to go queen c2.
Aha! So you do get the queen c2 in, and maybe that can come back to defend.
Yeah.
Right. One more thing I was thinking about is the same idea, getting the bishop here, but it just looks like this.
It looks disgusting. I agree with you. It looks absolutely disgusting.
I mean, okay.
It's the kind of position you probably don't stay at the board for too long because
it just makes you feel ill.
Just, yeah.
Maybe queen. Oh no, you go queen c2, of course.
Yeah, queen c2. Yes, okay.
Well, this one is also key to try to put bishop.
Okay,
on
pawn
e5.
takes.
Pawn takes, and now bishop e5. Big, maybe
big
unstoppable
threat. Big threat.
f6. Of course, I just take on f6.
You just take that, yeah.
It doesn't help you.
Doesn't help. No.
So.
I need my rook to be on. Somewhere where I can defend from the side, but it's not there. Yep.
I think it's all over.
I think it's. I think it's
very tough.
Very, very tough.
Okay, so
let's go back to the Wesley. So against Niels Grandelius.
Yeah.
So
whoa. This is looking like fun.
Fun. Who's mating who?
Someone's probably mating someone. That's all I can see in the position. So h5, and Niels takes a little bit of defensive measures first, bring the bishop here. You've always got to decide, you put the bishop there or you put the knight there, but bishop, of course, gives that square a bit more defence. Wesley castles, all credit to both players in this game,
yeah,
they're both going for it.
Really going for it. Makes our lives a lot easier.
Much more fun. Getting ready to push Barry. I'll Barry the B pawn. And now g6, so white gets his first hit in. How do you defend against this? Well, the normal way is exactly what
f takes g6.
What black plays here, yeah. And that is f takes followed by h6, and you try to keep the position as closed as you possibly can in front of your king.
Yeah,
here.
you don't need.
No.
You don't want to open a line.
Rook h1, and I expect white's idea is to sacrifice on h6 eventually. So black needs to get motoring.
Some g7 ideas as well. You sacrifice on h6 and then you just push g7.
G7, very nice, yeah. So black has to attack and b4.
Here it comes. Here comes the counterattack.
Oh.
And
this is a very nice point of the last move as well. That white can now play rook h5 and trying to kick that queen away to a nice square. But it allows this knight to come in. So they're both. It's very interesting. They're both just attacking on the opposite sides.
It's
a takes b4.
Rook takes b4.
Bishop c4. And now the queen comes in, and black
we have
has one more move. Knight
takes e4. Fascinating. So how is?
So what happens if you take it? Is d5 coming?
The d5 is coming.
Yeah.
No, I think there's queen takes. There's something happening on b2 if you take on e4.
Right.
Perhaps that or rook takes, I thought.
Okay.
Rook takes b2. I'm quite a methodical kind of player. When I get these positions, I like to go option A, queen takes b2, option B, rook takes b2, and then option C, d5. So I like have it like that, and then I kind of choose my favorite. So I think rook takes b2 is a favorite.
It looks like black's attacks maybe coming first here as well, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, you got
well,
d5,
you do have
got this one coming in as well.
You have the super cool though.
Yep.
No, it doesn't work. I was going to suggest.
Very good.
Yeah.
Has Wesley moved? I can't see him move yet, so let's just see. In this very exciting position.
So there's
we have to update the live board there just to see what's going on. But
okay, so can Wesley just simply go rook takes?
Well, the other option is bishop takes e6. Yeah, the vultures. We always have this when
Yeah.
someone's smelling some blood. I mean, I think there's still a lot of play here. But what about if I try to grab some material? So I'm going to take here and get rid of one of your attacking pieces.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Very good. Well, I have bishop. Which way do I take with? It's a.
Either. I mean, you can bring the bishop to a2, no?
I can bring the bishop to a2, but I can also capture rook takes e6.
So you want to go rook takes
e6, and then after that go knight g3.
Relying on some nasty little tactics, attacking two pieces here.
Yeah, and also, I don't think there is there is a check.
What about if I go bishop d2? Sorry.
Oh,
just sneaking out the way of the rook.
Yes.
Anyone see a good move here?
Well done.
Boom. Well, okay.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to kill yourself. Very, very, very complex, these positions. That's why a lot of thinking is needed. And Niels' heart rate's actually gone up quite considerably. If you remember, his resting heart rate
was quite low.
It was around 60.
It was 60 something, yeah.
Yeah. And now it's gone up to.
He senses that there may be.
You play rook a4.
Rook a5. Someone in the audience said yes. It's quite scary.
Yes.
I mean, that was.
Yes.
I mean, I can go.
You can do d5, but then you have queen takes f8.
No, but the king takes. I take on e3. So d5 here. This check is nothing at the moment. King d2. So d5 has to be played, I think.
But then queen takes f8.
Okay. Isn't this?
Rook takes.
Let's exchange up.
You exchange up for. Not that much.
No, white's
okay, so yeah, nice spot that.
Okay. And there is nothing else you can do after rook a5. I just really want to cover this square, but there's absolutely no way I can cover that square, is there? No way at all.
No.
And I can't get my bishops in the game. So this is just very strong.
Okay, so
I think you need to take the bishop, probably bring the bishop to a2. That looks much more. Much more way to do it. That's a funny little move, that rook a. It's one of those ones you can sort of overlook.
Well, yeah, I didn't see it at all. I didn't think about the possibility of the rook swinging all across the board.
So if we go back, this is obviously the lines that Wesley's calculating. There's a lot to calculate.
Yeah.
The key lines are to take material in this position. So taking the knight looks good for black.
Looks good, yeah.
So taking the rook is the next thing. So the other variation we can analyse is bishop takes here.
And then bishop takes e6.
And then we go here.
And now bishop a.
This is what I wanted to do originally. I just wanted to threaten checkmate. It looks like a good line to me.
Yeah. Is there a defence?
I can't see one. This is a simple way to play, isn't it? So, is there a defence there?
No.
Quite a strong threat.
That's a very strong threat, yeah.
So that's maybe why Wesley can't grab the rook on b4.
Nope.
Yes, just to let everyone know, if you know, we did mention this before, but if Wesley So's heart rate drops to 0, it's not because he's dead. It's just a connection issue. Obviously, you know, as you can see him still breathing. I bet their heart rate, especially give it another 10 minutes, they're going to be maybe some of the highest we've seen. You know, because this position is just starting the chaos. And I think we've worked out why now. White can't grab the rook on b4. It's quite clear this is not a possibility in the position. So actually, I'm starting to like Black's position. I mean, could this be a major upset by Niels? I mean, Niels is he's going for it with Black, and I love the way he's playing this. But it's possible. Any result is possible. Any result at all at the moment.
I'm 1 pawn down, right? White's 1 pawn down.
I think that's in this position. I think pawns make absolutely no difference.
You think they make? Yeah.
Not at the moment.
No, I'm just.
Can you try your idea? Should we?
Yeah,
give it a go?
I was thinking that, but then there is some. Here, go on. Give it.
There's going to be a queen takes. Okay, so we're wondering. Jovanka was wondering at some point about this, idea in some positions, but I think this is the wrong position to play it. I mean,
and then rook g1.
You might just better defend that bishop simply with something like rook e7. It's a whole rook after all, so it doesn't work here.
Doesn't work here, yeah.
Something to watch out for in some situations. So what is Wesley going to play? What is Wesley going to play here?
He is going to play, because this is why I was asking about the pawns, because he could play b3. That's like a bailout move. It's a bit limp, but
What's he played? He's played something.
He has played something.
He's moved the rook to d3. So
he's going to go rook a3.
At least we can spot the idea now with that one. Do you think? Let's have a look at Niels' heart rate. I don't know. Obviously, might not have shocked him too much. This kind of move that you're like, oh no, look at my queen. Okay.
Okay, but it's a good move, because
It's a good move, yeah. Good defensive move. And attacking. Defense and attack.
Defense and attack, yeah. What to do?
Yeah.
What about if I go queen a4? Or maybe I'd just i4. Oh, hang on, wait 1 second. Oh, it doesn't work. So knight g3 and then knight e2.
Oh, right, yeah.
Fork better.
Rook a3 anyway, unfortunately.
Yes.
Probably.
It covers.
Just about. So this one is aiming for these two squares. Now rook a3, trying to cover that and attack. Do we still have check? I think we're going to be pieces down, aren't we?
There is, yeah, because of the bishop.
Bishop, and going to be a lot of pieces down. So for example, if you do this one and take the queen, well, you can even just do that.
Yeah.
And you're going to be a piece up.
He's actually played d5.
It makes a lot more sense covering the a3 square.
Oops. But d5.
Oh, it's not covering the a3 square.
No, it's not covering the a3 square at all.
So
although it is because after rook a3, rook takes bishop. Then we have rook a3 played very quickly.
So yeah.
Rook takes. I'm expecting rook takes bishop. No.
Rook takes bishop. That's normal.
But then there's rook takes queen.
Yeah. And then what's the material at the end of that? It's exchange down then. Exchange down for Niels. I don't know if anyone can remember can you remember the game from last year? Where Hikaru was playing against Niels, and Niels had a very similar game.
Yes.
But Hikaru just played a fantastically
out-calculated him. Yeah.
And Niels lost that one as well. So maybe some bad memories from there. I mean, it takes some, to play these types of positions, you really, and to play them well, is really hard to do. You have to calculate, see many possibilities, but really it's just about pure calculation. So we're looking at, so here, okay, if you go rook takes c4, for example, we just take the queen, yeah?
Yes.
We take here, black is an exchange up. So an extra exchange, does black have any compensation at all here? The white king at the moment is pretty safe, I think, and I don't feel this is enough. Okay, you can go knight g3.
If I can win a pawn or something, then I'm happy. But
yeah.
Well, yes, knight g3.
Knight g3.
But you have to go rook h2.
If I go to e5, bishop d6. Yeah?
Yes, and you have to cover the fork on e2.
Yeah.
Knight e2.
So So now what about bishop d6 anyway?
Yeah,
'Cause
but
if
now
you go
bishop.
here, I just go here. But you go bishop
Yeah, but I'm going to
e5.
go bishop e5. Okay, so bishop. If you go bishop e5, perhaps I can take and try to do something with.
I don't trust.
No,
the
knight d2.
Taking is going to do the job. I don't think it's quite enough here for black.
I don't think Niels
would
has seen. I don't think he considered rook a.
He's got to see rook a3. Rook a3.
But,
I think he had no choice. I think he probably had to try.
I think he had, but he could have played queen a4 or something instead of d5.
Well, I mean, maybe as you say, maybe b3 is just possible here.
Oh yeah.
And if you move the queen too far away, I'm probably going to win.
Oh, I'm going to go queen
something like this.
c6.
And now I might be able to get away with this one now, winning the exchange again, because the problems I had in the other lines are no longer possible with a bishop coming to a2, of course. I mean,
yeah.
If you do the same kind of thing, I think white's quite well defended here.
Although I don't know, I'd rather play this version.
Keep the queens on the board,
than my queens off the board.
Okay, and Niels' time now is
13 minutes.
I mean, there's not many possibilities for black because you're going to lose your queen, aren't you?
Yes.
So you need to do something.
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm curious as to what he's thinking. But if he goes e5, you simply take on d5.
Bishop c5 might be another move.
Yeah, bishop c5. Yes, bishop c5.
Taking on b2.
Yep. Is another move, yeah.
Another possibility. Okay, let's try this one. Let's see what happens if I take on b2. We get quite a forcing line.
Queen takes.
Obviously, I have to take the queen. I'm assuming you have to take my rook.
Yep.
And
I will take your rook.
And now I can take here and take on c4. I'm not even exchanged down here like this. In actual fact, black is temporarily 2 pawns up.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's the end of the world.
Let's run through that line again. So let me just.
I mean, even there, I kind of feel that white might have some quite good play.
So rook d3, d5, rook a3.
And now I'm going to take. I have to take.
You get queen takes b2, stunning move.
You have to
queen.
Take on
I have
b2.
to go take queen takes b2.
Take care.
And then now, what to do?
You could go bishop.
Oh, he's played bishop c5.
So the other option, I think that last position we looked at
was quite good.
I thought it was all right for white actually. I mean here, I mean it's not too bad for black, but I'd rather be white here because black's pieces look pretty horrible, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, we have a result.
Must be a Hikari win.
Hikari win.
It must be. Okay, well I think we'll stick with the game. This position is just unclear, I'd say.
Yeah.
It is a couple of pawns. Well, it's 1 pawn, but the rook is going to maybe come round and combine with a bishop d4, and this pawn on g6 is cramping black's king, and this bishop is very bad. So I think white has sufficient, definitely at least sufficient compensation, and you're giving away all the initiative if you play this. So this is why Niels has now played bishop c5. So complicated. Look at all the pieces. Everything's attack me, I attack you. No one's having a breather here. They are literally just going at each other, hammer and tongs. So yeah, to all Hikaru fans, he's now back up at the top after that win, and a very nice game he played today. So bishop c5. What is going on here now? So complex. The first thing.
It's unbelievable. I was like, so rook takes queen.
So if rook takes queen, I take here, and now I'm threatening your bishop.
You're both my bishops, so I have to go bishop takes d4.
So bishop takes d4, and let's say I take here, attacking your bishop.
And then I just go c3. You know, I like that bishop on d4.
And we have a material count. It's a pawn up for black.
But white has a bit of a.
White has some compensation, I'd say. This is a very good bishop, yeah?
It is a very good bishop, but I don't have any breakthrough points. So say you went rook f8.
You also got this tricky move, knight here. Knight here.
Yeah,
I want to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah, I won't let you do that. Well.
So knight here, rook h2, knight f5, bishop e. Okay, so I was thinking this, but I don't think it's anything for black.
Rook h2.
Because I wanted to go here and get rid of this one.
And then I'm going to go bishop e4, 5.
Yeah,
5.
that's why I don't think it's anything. So after c3, I kind of want to play e5 here to free up my bishop on c8.
Yep, I know,
You know,
that's a good move. e5 I like a lot, because if I do rook f8, then you're just going to go bishop e5, and then
such a strong bishop.
It is such a wonderful bishop, and the bishop on c8 is just held in by its own pawns.
So in some ways, this move e5, giving back a pawn, but again trying to get some initiative.
Okay, so bishop takes. I'm like, fine, whatever. Bishop takes e5.
But I don't know. I like white still.
Yeah.
I mean, that actually it's kind of a natural looking move, but the bishop's not great on either of these two squares for black anyway. So I think I'd try to do something else here. So this is certainly this is a simple way for Wesley to play, and he definitely has good compensation for a pawn here. You can just put the knight on d2 maybe and just play with your great bishop versus the bad bishop.
Yeah. Maybe. And it's those pawns on a6 and e6 that just white has very nice coordination. Yeah.
This is not really what you want after attacking. You sort of lose, as we stated, lose your initiative.
So I think that extra pawn is kind of irrelevant in some ways, because the bishops are the value of the bishops is just so different. White's is superb.
What about knight here?
Yeah.
I guess you go knight d2.
Knight d2. No, but knight d2 fail. Well, I don't know whether it fails to, but there's knight d3 check.
King c2.
And then knight takes pawn.
Ah, okay.
So I have to go king c2, right?
Okay, rook h4 there. Okay, so king c2 first. Let's cover this knight. But now this kind of move here is becoming a bit more attractive, because my bishop might come with some power.
So if you go there, here, and let's just say I'm going to go for your... Can I win your... Okay, pawn takes.
Okay, pawn takes here. Now I go bishop g4, because I'm trying to kick your rook away from that square, so that I can start activating all my pieces, like bishop here, and my knight might free up then. So I can try this. And also, if I get a check here, I can always take on g6. So this looks like kind of...
we have some moves.
So I think we are going to go into this
we're going to go into this ending.
And we have got the position we expected after rook takes c4. And
so perhaps he'll play, maybe not c3, maybe bishop.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, just clamp down.
Because the problem with c3 is it did loosen up those two, didn't it?
It did leave the c3,
it did,
the d3 and the b3.
And now I can never play my sort of idea.
Yeah.
So let's say I want to, well, if I move my bishop, even this a6 might drop. So, okay, I've got an idea. What about, it doesn't quite work. I wanted to play here, rook here, and then bishop here. But unfortunately, your rook is coming to a7.
Yeah,
so
I will take your way.
Just go here, and again, this is one of the
real
things.
I think maybe try to exchange off that bishop if possible. So I'm thinking maybe with knight f2.
So now we're going this way.
Oh, yeah, we're going
tricky
knight
way.
d3, and then I want to go knight g.
You could have gone knight c5 as well, because I had the added threat of going there.
But then you go rook a3.
Oh, rook a3. And then, can I go rook a3 here? Are you going to go knight g4?
Yes. I want this.
we really want.
I don't want that bishop. I don't want that bishop on the board.
I can understand that. That bishop is very strong, isn't it? So
oh, here comes Nigel Short's tweet. Totally outplayed by Levon Aronian. Wanted to resign after 25 moves, but was embarrassed to do so. I couldn't even understand what I did wrong.
Well, I mean, Lev was a class. He should play Sicilian more. I mean,
exactly.
If he plays
that was
like
a class act. Yeah.
I mean, someone said the stat of Lev, who had a great Sicilian against Nigel today. He played the Nigel fantastically, and he's only played it something like 3 times in the last 20 years. He smashed Nigel with black. He's got to play it more often now,
he does,
hasn't he?
Yeah.
If he knows,
but then again, Nigel did play a3.
He played a weird, you know.
Then again, you know, if you do play
Yeah.
A3 in an open Sicilian.
It's a bit slow.
It is a bit slow, yeah.
If Magnus Carlsen had played it, probably not a bad move, but it's not really a move that you're going to get an advantage from.
No.
And I think Lev just played a very nice game.
Yeah, very
thematic,
nice, yeah.
Very good. So it was a tough day for Nigel, but extremely well played for Levon Aronian. So, okay. Yeah, this game is fascinating. And maybe it's just sort of dynamically equal, because in all these positions, we do remember Black has the pawn. He does have the pawn, and if you can ever attack the g6 pawn with your bishop, you know, then you'd certainly free up everything. And as Jovanka is pointing out, if we can grab that bishop, happy days. So, well, okay, we had something. So we had c3.
So we had c3, and he didn't play your move. He played rook f8.
So he didn't go knight c5. Rook f8 played, and we went off this one because of bishop here.
Yeah.
So maybe now he's going to do your idea. He's going to maybe do this, because in actual fact, if I can win that bishop and that pawn drops, I'm very happy as Black. Maybe I'm starting to like Black's position actually. You know, I might be starting to like Black's position.
Yeah.
I might be starting to, you know, go for the
Okay,
nails.
so let's work out 3 options. So after rook f8, can we? No, we can't. I wanted to go knight d2, but unfortunately, I think you can just capture the pawn.
Check. Oh, take here, you mean straight away? Or?
Yeah, no, instead of going bishop e5, just try to get some time with knight d2.
Play. Well, he didn't do this because I think the issue is this knight f2 move.
Yeah.
And there's not really a good way to stop your bishop or pawn being captured. So instead, Wesley, after rook f8, plays rook h4 and just keeping an eye on that pawn.
Yeah.
And we have this weird situation. I mean,
now I'm tempted by your e5.
I always like this e5. Just flick it in.
I think that's the correct thing to do, because that bishop on c8 is really not a great piece.
No, unless this works well again, which it might do, because I'm hitting the rook here as well. So
yes, okay, let's go for it. Knight g3.
Knight g3, coming into one of these two. So it's funny, the queen's come off the board, but it's not really any less complicated. It's incredibly complicated position. But I kind of think Black is a pawn up after all, and Black has all these little tricks with that knight.
Yes.
If he ever breaks this f pawn down, I think White's position collapses. So if we ever can get rid of this pawn,
that's it. And if the bishop, I also believe if the bishop goes, the dark square bishop, if it gets exchanged off the board, I think White's position is definitely going to fall as well.
Then we really can think about coming and taking this one and getting our bishop in the game, maybe to f5.
Exactly, and also, no, that bishop, that dark square bishop is the...
What do people think then in the chat? So we're watching the chat on Twitch, and obviously we've got a bit of a small audience in the room here. I mean, I mean, my cramp now. It's one of those days. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think today everything is going wrong. My leg is just. Thank you, Peter, for taking the camera off. Oh, am I pulling your leg?
Yes.
Okay. Nice joke.
Our producers like their puns.
They do. Oh, okay, that's better. I think I was in one position for too long. So, yeah, I think this could be, well, I say an upset. I mean, it is an upset. Niels is Black as well. He could be causing an upset here, and he's certainly playing some great chess and exciting chess, and not.
Well, this is what I was talking about. The opening, Wesley's opening choice was a high risk strategy, because if things go wrong, that's it. You've got no way back, because you're so overextended. I mean, just look at that g6 pawn. It's all the way up the board. Great for an attack. Little bit of vulnerability.
Yeah. Yes.
In an endgame.
Yeah. I mean, it really.
I mean, Wesley has to find a way to maintain that dark square bishop.
Yeah.
How's he going to do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know.
I don't know.
This move, knight g3, is very tricky to deal with. I think, you know, there are options we discussed. e5 is not stupid. Let's say bishop takes. then bishop f5,
Yeah.
because that's quite, you know, my bishop's coming to game, I might win that pawn, and it seems to be working quite well. But knight g3
knight
played.
g3 played.
We're actually predicting some moves.
Oh, we're on fire.
And he has played it, yeah.
Rook h4, yes.
Okay, and the time situation, you know, it's getting a little bit now tense for Wesley.
11 moves to make in 5 minutes, 6 minutes each. 11.
A big, big hello to Tim Moore.
Hello,
in
Tim.
The chat. Hi, Tim, and yeah, pity you can't be here. Hopefully catch up soon. So knight g3. I don't see how we're going to stop this now. How? Okay, if can I play knight d2? Let's try and develop.
Yes.
Let's try.
So I just retreat my.
You're just going to keep it simple.
Just keep it simple. Yeah, I was considering knight d2 check, and but I'm thinking I don't really need to because I have knight f5 in reserve.
So you're going to go rook c6 maybe?
Somewhere,
Keep it on square, it can't be attacked by the
or
bishop?
maybe, yeah.
In this one, you might have the same idea of going e5
exactly.
and attacking that. So
exactly.
And now if knight to f3, I'm trying to actually now change my plan. I want to put a knight
I have
there
knight.
to
I have
dominate
knight
the
to
bishop.
f5.
Knight to f5, and this is maybe an issue.
Okay, so shall we?
We can move on. If
we
you
can
want.
move on. Let's move on to
Le
Quang Liem against Sarah Sadat. Oops, Sarah Sadat.
It's okay. Let's go there.
Kadem.
We've had a couple of results. You're right about Mickey Adams' game. Ended in a draw.
Oh yes.
In the end, so
in the end, to say
it was quite a good prediction there.
Yes, it was a race to the draw.
It was. And here are the results so far.
So far we see that Nigel Short, of course, lost to Levon Aronian in a bit of a disastrous manner, if I have to say. Hikaru Nakamura won a very fine game against Ichiro Zaga, and Ivan Saric has defeated Antipov. Draws from MVL, and who was the other one? I can't remember. Okay, and then also some results here. Elianov and Jan Verle and Alexienko have all won their games.
Yeah.
So yeah, the game we saw Jan Verle, it was yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a look at the end of Jan Verle's game, because that was great to get him in the studio. I don't know if that's possible.
Still trying.
He's so we might not. We won't show that in case he comes in. Otherwise, we will show it if he's not able to join us. That was a great little win. And going to Liam Lequan's game, knight takes d6, and the position is going to be given after queen takes. And this was always a little bit tricky for black, because white had the control of these files.
Yes, and she has resigned.
I think she's just resigned after queen b7.
Why? Why?
Well, I mean,
bishop takes b4.
This is really. I mean, let's say you go knight d7. I think you're actually losing a piece there. It's not just a pawn; it's a piece, because you can't maintain. You can't maintain the knight there.
Yeah,
so
a bit sad about that.
Yeah, it is a bit sad. I mean, nothing against Liam Lequan. We're just Sarah's been like the hero.
The heroine of the first half.
Yeah,
and
but you know, if bounce back, she's still got time to do.
Lots of games left.
Yeah.
4 games left, I think.
4 games left.
4 games left.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? It's like we're hurtling towards the finish line.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. It feels like yesterday was day 1.
It's gone quick. And if you try another move, like moving your king and going queen here, it is obviously going to be losing, you know, because you're going to be dropping pawns. But maybe you know, you
can
might as well try it.
Yeah, you might as well try.
At least your knight is in the game now. A little bit. It's coming out. By the way, quite a big upset as well. Ivanchuk went down to Jamie Santos. Well done, Jamie. So that's
this was the.
What's Jamie in Spanish?
Jaime.
Yes.
Sí.
Sí. J is pronounced H.
There we go. Okay, so Liam Lequan, nice win for him, and Hikaru won. I'd like to see the end of Hikaru's, because it was quite a nice.
Yes. So let's have a glance.
Only 29 moves today, Hikaru, and his attack was a thing of beauty.
It was.
We were around this sort of mark.
It was a fantastic exchange sacrifice.
Very
you know,
good.
really, really powerful. You know, with that bishop on d6, or could have been a knight on d6.
Yeah. Yes, and
it just clamped down the whole of Black's position. So how did the game finish?
Well, the game went on. Queen takes a2, rook e4, and we had it after rook g4. So, and it just looked like this was going to be dropping.
Yes.
Queen f3, a move that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Trying to come into the attack. Queen f6 is a big idea. Knight b4, and now Queen f6 did come.
Yes.
G6 played.
And then h4.
Oh, and the h4 just rolls.
Yes.
It's just coming here, and we're just sneaking in.
Love those dark squares, yeah.
Very nice dark square control. h5 maybe the only way to stop that, but
rook f4.
You know, f7 is now dropping, and at the worst, I mean, can we do a Nigel short, Timon? You know,
no need.
Similar.
No need. Yes.
A bit outrageous way to do it. So here, it's just winning, and the point being, if you take,
you just carry on.
I think you can either take or go h5, probably both.
h5, yeah.
Both doing the job. Something like this, sneaking in.
I think you can do it with checks.
Do it with checks, even better.
Yeah, Queen G.
You can. Yeah.
You can.
Do it with checks. If you can do it with checks, do it with checks.
Yeah, you'll get failed on Puzzle Rush.
Yeah, so I know. Yeah, this is quite tough. So, okay. Well, Grandvilliers, we can see it's just playing there, and I know we have a guest. So we're bringing the guest on the show very shortly, but we're just going to quickly go over to Grandvilliers' position, Wesley So, because this was very, very exciting, and after knight g3, it started to look like
black was on top. So
black was
b3.
And now knight to f5. Oof, okay, pawn takes c4, knight takes h4. Pawn takes d5, and black is a pawn up. And now he goes 2 pawns up, and the moves are coming very quickly. Knight takes f4. Well, this is looking really good, isn't it? For
definitely, and knight e2 is in the air as well. Check. So you can't even go rook e5 because of.
Yeah, I mean.
No, this is game over. I mean,
must be game over. Yeah.
Knight.
Two simple
knight
pawns.
e2.
Yeah.
Knight e2 check and.
Simple, and just start pushing the pawns. Big upset today.
Big upset, and now it's, after knight takes bishop, we can just push.
And simple. Start moving the pawns. At some point, maybe flicking a rook f5, I don't know, or something. just to support them. Yeah. So, okay, so I think this is a great result for Niels.
Absolutely, what a turnaround, you know.
Fantastic. He played brilliantly in this game, because, okay, Wesley went for him, he kept his calm, he counter-attacked, he calculated. Really, really nice game. He's on the verge of, must be one of his best ever victories. So yeah, looking good.
So your prediction was correct on the outset.
Yeah, he's a very talented
player.
To
watch.
Very talented player. So okay, so we're going to have a very short break now, and then we're going to have a guest show us a fantastic game from today, and it really is worth waiting for. So we'll be back extremely shortly. Hi, and one of the best games today was a stunning victory in the French defence, and we got the victor here in the studio, Jan Well, and good game today.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Nice to win like that with the black pieces against someone so strong.
Yeah, I didn't expect it, but yeah, he didn't react well on the sacrifice from me.
And we can take a look at the critical moments now. So, so have you always played the French defence, or has it been your sort of main opening? Because
yeah, I always play that he prepared well on his opening, and so he went for, well, we can say it's the main line.
Sure. And this knight to f6 has sort of become more popular recently, hasn't it, compared to the winner where with bishop b4?
Yeah, I find the winner. I played it also. I find it a little bit dubious somehow. There's some very dangerous lines for black, and in this line, it's just a very tense battle, I think. So everything can happen.
And it's you get some very interesting positions. They're quite like a Sicilian, it seems often. Where in your game you had sort of, I thought it was a Nigel when I looked at the position. It was sort of some nice attacking structure.
It looks like it, indeed.
So we had this sort of trendy move now.
Yeah, I played. Sorry to interrupt you,
sure,
Simon.
No, please.
But I played a couple of months ago against Bacro, and then I played a6, and a kind of tabia, very popular, is then to play knight e2. So that's and then white is going to strengthen his pawn structure with c3. That's the idea actually. And it's very hard for black to create play because these pawns are very strong.
Yeah.
So that's why I first played bishop e7, and then this is a useful developing move, and wait with a6.
It's a nice little line, this actually, yeah. I played it myself. I've started to do this one, and the other option is the castle king side, isn't it? But a6 is a tricky move for white to deal with. He went for the queenside castling, which, did you expect that sort of in your preparation, or did you? I mean, I've been more worried about white castling kingside in these structures when I've looked at them.
Yeah, it's of course all the lines are dangerous for black, but what's important here, if white wants to castle long, then he first has to take on c5, because if he castles now, black closes the center with c5, c4, and then black gets a crushing attack by means of b5 and b4, and so this is very dangerous. That's why white has to take on c5.
Sure.
And then there are so many lines here. It's very sharp.
Very sharp, yeah.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah. So knight takes this sort of, again, the most testing maybe in this position. Keep more pieces in the position, and he did castle. A line I've played here, which I was looking at, I played b5 here, and I think queen f2 is the sort of main move. And then there's knight a4 is quite interesting.
It's interesting, yeah.
Interesting
indeed.
little line. And the computer sort of starts to say that it's not very good, but then after a while it kind of changes its mind. You get some play kind of thing in this position. You damage your pawn structure, but some interesting chances.
The b file is opened, b2 becomes the target, so it's very interesting, And a3 is of course a dangerous threat.
A nice move to sort of have up the sleeve.
Yeah.
But the way you played it also, of course, is very normal to bring the queen towards the white king. He plays king b1, and now here you come. Were you enjoying it around here? So, okay, Niels, by the way, just to let everyone know, Niels Grandilius has won. So, fantastic result for Niels. I mean, great result for him, really, really impressive, and you can see they're discussing the game. It's nice to see Wesley not too upset, after that, but we'll see if we can get Niels in as well later on. So are you kind of happy around here after b5, or?
Well, yeah, it's still a line, a small line, but it's dangerous, of course. Entails a lot of risk for black. But I wasn't at this moment. I was not unhappy. But he played here. He played here bishop d3.
Yep.
And yeah, I can take, of course, but then you get this. White gets the d4 square. So you will go for the black square strategy with knight e2, knight d4, within a Karpov style.
Right.
And then I think he's got a slight pull there.
Yeah.
So I don't have a lot of active play here, and he's just better. He controls the c file. So I didn't want to take. I postpone it.
Right. Makes sense. And the problem in these things as well is obviously the bishop can be very bad on c8.
Yeah.
You know, just this bad French bishop. So instead, you play b4, which looks like a very logical move, and of course he goes to e2, maybe having this square as an option. So castle's kingside, and now he took on c5. Was that something you expected him to play?
Yeah, we briefly analyzed after the game, and yeah, probably I shouldn't allow this move. So after b4, knight e2, then I should take on d3, because now he gets dangerous play, I think.
Right. Okay.
We'll see why.
Because he keeps this bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to castle.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So we had this.
And now h4.
H4 comes.
And now I spent 40 minutes on the next move, because all the time there are threats of bishop takes h7 check.
Yeah.
So king takes h7.
Yeah.
And then knight g5 check, king g8, and queen d3.
Right. Okay. Sure. So in the game after a5, we can maybe show that variation. Looks quite fun. So if white really goes for the Greek gift as such by taking here and going knight g5, king to g8, probably the only move, and now queen d3. So how did you, this looks scary, a little bit scary, but you think it's okay for yourself here?
Yeah, there are two defenses here. One defense was the reason why I played a5 is to play g6 and then bishop a6.
Right.
So he has to play h5 to open the h-file.
Yeah.
Bishop a6.
Yeah.
And now I wasn't sure what he was going to play. Queen g3 is interesting, queen h3, but I didn't see direct win. For example, queen h3 looks most concrete. And then king g7 is interesting.
Okay.
So probably if he takes, then I play rook h8.
Right.
Maybe I'm totally wrong, but and there's a win here. The computer will show it, but I didn't see it.
Computers do sometimes, but
exactly. Yeah.
But if you don't see the win, then you have to play it.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I thought just go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
but maybe queen g3. I see now it's also dangerous because I can't take on g6 at the end.
Okay. But so in that last line, another possibility would have been the queen to come here.
Yeah.
Just lining directly up against the king.
Then I looked at bishop takes g5.
Yep.
And it's very dangerous, but
very dangerous.
Yeah.
I guess he's got a couple of options here. Is he to take on g6 or take on g5?
Yeah, if he takes on g6, then I can hold maybe with f takes g6.
Yeah.
Something like rook a7. So queen takes g5 and then rook a7.
Aha, nice move to come across here.
I'm not sure. He will also take on e6, and yeah. Well,
very complicated.
It's complicated.
Very complicated.
Yeah.
So, do you think he should have gone for that, or?
Well, there was also another line.
Okay.
I'm not sure because he had a comfortable position anyway. So it's hard to take this decision if you don't see a direct win.
Yeah.
But the other line was, let's see, I take on g5 and I don't play g6.
Okay.
So one move back.
Yeah.
My h takes g5, and then I go for the king's run with rook d8 or rook e8. Let's say rook e8, because then I have the route for my king f8, e7, d8.
Right, sure.
And
okay, brilliant.
So you can play queen h7, king f8, queen h8 check, e7 takes g7, and
then your king can sort of at least a bit of a safer variation maybe.
Yeah, there were many possibilities here again, but rook f8 is a defensive line. Maybe this is a little bit more solid than the other line.
Okay, good stuff. And if we go back to the game, so white decided not to play in this way, and he just went g4, and now at least you're able to play this bishop a6 move, which is quite a key move in these systems. Try to get rid of that one anyway. And f5, so this looks like a logical development for him. Rook f8 and knight to f4, so you're able to swap off. And the next move's a nice move. This is a. I bet you enjoy playing the next move.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah. So it's all about the attack, isn't it? Really, and here b3 this is a very Sicilian-like move in some respects. You give up the pawn because it's not so important, but you can either open up multiple lines, I guess, over here, or just get the knight straight into b4. So So around here, is it sort of turning your way, I guess? Inside, you know, you've got the attack going now. I mean, let's see what happens. So you took with a c pawn, knight b4, queen d2, then a4. So it was just sort of, you feeling good here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Here I was happy because I have a lot of play and he's not going to mate me, and it's still unclear, of course, if he can stabilize the position.
Yeah.
Then of course he's still pawn up, and I will probably lose the game.
Sure.
But so I have to keep the attack going.
Yeah. So it's still a big fight, but at least all your pieces are in the right place now, which is good.
Yeah.
So we had rook c1, queen a7, and now there are some serious threats over here. So he played a3. He's got to try to block up the a file.
Yeah, he was not happy about this move, but it's also hard to say. He thought during postmortem, he thought b takes a4, queen takes a4, but also here b3. I have a lot of play, so
right, definitely is. It's very good compensation for one pawn. Clearly,
it looks okay.
Yeah.
Queen a6 and
queen a6
good bishop and
yeah.
Attack. Well, a2 is a weak pawn. And
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, must be okay for you. I'd have thought so.
Yeah, it's compensation.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Okay. Good. So in the game, he went for a3, and now naturally you take on b3, and now knight take. Whereabouts did you sort of think, oh, I'm winning now? Was it after the next move, or I mean, I guess you probably shouldn't think that ever in a chess game, but in some ways, was it? Were you feeling really good around here?
Yeah, at this moment I was very glad because I saw the idea of rook c2.
Which is played, yep.
Yeah, so queen d4, and he needs a square on d4 for the knight actually.
Yeah,
and he most probably missed my move queen a6.
Yeah, this is very, very strong move, yeah.
Yeah, because I also...
the knight and coming over here in some variations.
Exactly. So and there was also another interesting line, but it doesn't work unfortunately. So one move back maybe, so after queen d4. I could take on b2 here.
Aha, okay. He has to take with the queen, I assume.
Yeah, queen takes b2, because king takes b2, there's queen takes a3 check, and now knight d3.
Yep.
And he could take on b3.
Yep.
He has to, because otherwise my attack will be crushing after queen takes a3.
After you take her.
Yeah, now rook b8.
Okay.
And probably good defense is rook c8 check.
Ah, rook c8. Ah, okay. To distract the rook away. So, so you have to take that one.
And this looks very promising for black still, I think. But queen takes d3.
Yeah.
Queen b6 check.
Yeah.
King a2 maybe, and queen takes e6.
Aha. Okay. Yeah.
And it's very pleasant, clearly.
Because his king's still in this serious danger here, I guess, or on a2.
Yeah, it's very exposed.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a nice line.
And there was one improvement for white in this line. That was an intermediate move, rook c7. Here, rook c7, I think. Yeah.
So he's still taking here.
Yeah.
This one. Ah. Okay. And he's able to. Okay. Aha. So this is the main reason you chose the other line.
Yeah, it's very unclear, and
okay.
The other line was very convincing. Yeah.
Sure. So so we'll have a look at what happened. So queen a6, and knight e1, but this is
desperate attempt.
Desperate, really. Yeah. But he can't really do anything else because we're wondering for a while. In our blindness, what we were just looking at queen e2 here, but when we suddenly think, hang on a minute, that's probably a better square for the queen. And
I would have gone there.
Yeah, and you have rook checking nearly all lines.
Yeah,
C1,
king a1. There's rook takes a3, for example, and then rook a2 mate.
This is very nice, nice checkmate.
Yeah.
So he gets very desperate now, and he tries knight to e1, but now. Materialistically as well, it seems like you're doing the job and attacking still. So it's probably game over now. Really?
Yeah, most probably. Okay. I push my pawns forward, d4, d3.
Okay.
So this is also very strong. And
this is very nice. It's a very nice finish. Very nice finish. I mean, of course, maybe other ways to do this, like you say, d4, d3. But can everyone in the room see the clearest win here? And after the next move, white did actually resign, or anyone in the chat see what move was played. Sorry? Something, what was, I didn't hear that, sorry?
Rook takes pawn check.
Rook takes pawn check, and after queen takes?
Bishop check.
Okay, that's pretty much good enough. Yeah. So yeah, well done. So after this happened, and of course White resigned because it's going to actually even be mate here with the Queen just coming to A6. So nice game. Okay, so thank you very much for showing us that game. It was fantastic, and best luck with the rest of the games. So it's good to have you back in chess. I know you did train to be a lawyer, so you've had a bit of a break, but clearly you join being back.
Well, yeah, I just give it a try, and we'll see how far it goes.
Yeah. With games like that, I expect it's pretty enjoyable. So good stuff.
Thanks a lot.
That's all right. And we have a very short break, and then we've got Niels Grandelius, who had a fantastic victory, and he's going to show us that victory. So very excited about that game as well. So we'll be back in a very short time.
Welcome to Gibraltar. We are at the Caleta Hotel, home to the Gibraltar International Chess Festival,
with some of the best grandmasters.
They are brutal over the board, and the fun doesn't stop. Join us as we celebrate chess. Follow the action on our YouTube channel, Twitter and Instagram. See you there.
Welcome back, and it's a great pleasure to have here in the studio with me Grandmaster Niels Grandelius, who has just defeated Grandmaster Wesley So. So is that the highest rated person you've ever beaten?
Yes, it is.
It is?
It is, yes.
It is, yeah. And someone told me it's the highest rated person that a Swedish person has ever won.
Yeah, I think that's true as well. A couple of years ago here, Blomqvist beat Li Chao. Also in Gibraltar, but I think now I have the record. So
now you raise a little Swedish flag.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
So going through, we start.
So my main goal for the game was to avoid some slightly worse, very passive position where Wesley is really, really strong, like grinding away for many, many hours. So Sicilian was the obvious choice.
Yeah. And were you surprised by his?
I was a bit surprised, because I thought he had the same logic, that he also wanted to some very solid, boring game. So I was pleasantly surprised here. So I decided to play my usual knight off. And now he surprised me somewhat with bishop e2.
Yeah.
Or bishop e2 was sort of expected, but after e6 this idea with f4.
And you've played e6 before?
I played e6 many times.
Yeah.
I played some e5 as well, but generally I play e6.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, in the old days they always castled short and sort of played a bit slower, which...
Yeah, that's what that's the way I kind of, when I played white, like these things, I always favoured like castle short, f4, you know.
That's what I sort of expected, especially against Wesley, but...
so it came as a surprise when he...
It came as a bit of a surprise, yeah, so of course I didn't really remember exactly how I'm supposed to do it. But in general, even though I was surprised and it's very dangerous for black, I was sort of satisfied that I got a very double-edged position.
So you were happy when you saw?
I was happy, but it would of course have been better if I had checked it before the game as well. Then I would have been really happy. Now it was a bit the mixed feelings, but
yeah, because I can say that there's something really scary about some
of course
2800 coming
exactly, and
at you from the beginning.
He was obviously well prepared, and the position is like very shaky for black, even with preparation. So
yes, yeah.
Exactly. So okay, I decided to stick to my logic and castle into the attack.
And
I don't really know any.
You don't. So you were just making
moves, yeah.
Okay, and and was he playing a tempo?
He was playing fast, but it's not that fast. So, I mean, I definitely assume he prepared it, but maybe he didn't remember exactly. Or I don't know. There are also so many move orders. Like I can start with knight c6. I can start with castle. I can delay. I can first move my queen.
Yes.
I mean, so many
things,
move orders. So it's difficult to know exactly how. But what we did was quite logical. Knight c6, g5, knight d7.
Yeah.
And here the thing is that, like, he would like to castle long, of course. But as soon as he moves his queen, I will take the knight. And now he will lose the tempo, taking back.
Yes. Okay.
So like this is a bit of a battle of tempos. That he's playing a waiting move, rook g1.
Yes.
Because now if I take, he will take with the queen.
Then he saves himself.
He saves one move, yeah, rook g1. So I'm trying the same same idea. So I play rook e8. But the problem for me is that I really have to take at some point, and he has a lot of useful moves. Like now, I mean, I think even such a position is very interesting for white. He's strengthening my center, but on the other hand, I mean, I don't get this counterplay. Like he's not vulnerable with his queen on d4 and so on. Also, my b pawn is usually coming here to push his knight away.
Yes,
so I think, I mean, in the old days they never took on c6, but nowadays I think it's considered a bit scarier than previously thought. But h4 was like it's the logical move.
It is the h5, g6.
Yeah, exactly, and he's still keeping his queen on d1. And now, I mean, I was briefly considering, for instance, rook b8. I mean, just with the same tactic, but it felt a bit too much. Like it's not clear that I will need the rook. I mean, for instance, what if you now would move the knight and nothing of what I have done makes any sense? I was just preparing for taking on d4. So I decided it's better to take it, and now
in fact, this has been played before. b5 is apparently the more.
b5 is yeah. The thing is that I mean, e5 is very logical, and it was apparently played by Oparin. But after something like this, my feeling was that white is just a bit ahead compared to usual lines. Like let's say there is this h3 g4 line. There you're not losing a tempo with with h4.
Okay.
Like so.
Yes.
Or in the English attack, white first puts the pawn on f3 and then later plays f4. So I'm sort of, I think at least a tempo down. Also, he took in one move, which I don't think they really.
Yes.
So this felt like it's a normal position, but a bit.
Somehow it feels like you've been tricked a little bit.
I'm tricked here, so like at least what I have to sort of get him out of the most normal scenarios, but
this so after b5, but this a3 move is perhaps a little bit strange because I would expect that he just gets on with it.
Yeah,
you know.
But the thing is that it's not clear what he's what exactly he's doing. I mean, h5 might be a bit early. I mean, now I can even consider some ideas like this. Sacrifice, and then either rook b8 and b2 is hanging, which is probably what I would have done.
Okay.
Or also d5.
Yes.
And once he moves, like bishop c5 and...
I mean,
it could...
Yeah, maybe h5 is a little bit risky, but what about castle queenside?
Yeah,
because
castle queenside, but I think his reasoning was quite interesting here. He thought that if he castles, then I will play queen a5. He will anyway have to play a3 because I'm threatening b4.
Yes, you are, yeah.
And now I play rook b8, and next move I'm playing b4, and sort of he's a bit more flexible with a3 because he understood that he has to play it anyway.
Yes.
So then on the next move when I played rook b8, let's see.
And
after rook b8, now he can choose if he wants to castle long or if he wants to do something else first.
And just as a quick aside, I just thought I had a bit of an inspiration when it comes to h5. What happens if I just go straight for the attack with g6? I don't bother defending anything.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean...
Well, maybe h5, maybe do it with...
You have to play h5 first, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, here it was quite interesting. My original intention was to play... how was it? No, it was probably bishop f8. The thing is, if I play something like this, now that he hasn't castled yet, he can even consider b4.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Normally this is not possible because it's hanging.
Yes.
But now, I mean, I can go back and I provoke this move b4, which is a bit ugly, but I lost almost 2 tempos.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I already lost a few, so like it can become incredibly scary here.
No, I mean, yeah.
So I thought, I mean, I first have to play bishop f8. Now, if h6, I can at least play g6.
Yeah, I was the g6 is
so
the
g6 is very critical.
Yeah.
I was expecting g6 actually. My guess is that he didn't like to allow this check.
Okay.
So now he has to move the king probably to d2, and it looks a bit. I mean, it's a bit shaky with the king on d2.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, yeah, exactly. I thought that this was the most critical way.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure at all what to do here. Probably I would have tried something similar to the game, like take and h6. But now we can bring the rook here, for instance. And my queen will probably have to lose some time going back. I mean, in general, objectively speaking, here White should be doing quite well. Probably also with what he did. Like something has gone a bit wrong for me.
Okay.
But it's even if it's better for White, it's so complicated that
it
doesn't really matter so much. Yeah. So long castle.
Queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5.
And we got very excited here with g6.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. No, and the thing is, if it's not so easy to stop b4.
Yeah.
And if he has to start going back, like knight a2 or bishop d2, let's say knight a2, then his knight is far from the center.
That's true, but it does kind of like stifle your play.
Exactly.
So perhaps I would perhaps slow it. I don't know, because timing is everything. It's incredibly complicated.
He could have done it a few moves later also.
Yeah.
Probably in a better version. We can see it there.
Nils?
Yes?
I think there was a crazy variation. You can actually play, b4 here. And
yeah, b4. I was just about to mention it. B4 is the most critical move. Yeah. So now, the thing is that he will probably take on... This was at least what I was calculating. Takes...
No, I mean White could do it the move before.
White could do it.
White. King b1 and you have the threat of bishop c1. So you have to go back.
But I thought I can play a5. This was my...
but maybe...
I thought this was possible. I don't know.
Computer chess.
I mean, the thing, like maybe some ending like this could be better for White as well. Like with the bishop pair. The attack is still there. But
yes.
I mean, it's not impossible, yeah. No, b4 was a move that...
but how
to give it with check, it's not really...
To give it with check, somehow, I think it, yes.
No, but g6, but I could play b4, which is very interesting. So he probably takes. Now again, if he takes or if he moves the knight, I'm probably doing fine. But h6 is the move. So he's threatening actually mate in 2.
Yeah.
With taking and queen takes. And if I play g6, he has a very funny looking move, queen h8.
Queen h8, yeah.
And now I'm just completely lost, I think I'm just getting mated. So...
Yeah, knight f6.
So I have to play knight f6. But it felt so incredibly scary, like takes. And now... I mean, I'm not sure exactly how to do it, but like, for instance, takes bishop h5.
There's a queen.
There's
a queen on a5.
Okay, so maybe like rook g.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, it just felt that it cannot possibly work for me. So I didn't really bother to calculate it any further.
Well, there's no kind of...
Yeah, no.
I would try to...
Exactly. I mean, also I was getting a bit low on time, so...
Exactly, be practical, just close up the position.
So after g6, I mean, I thought I had, like, at least here I have some counterplay.
Yeah.
Like, even now if he stops b4, which is probably the best thing, I don't know, like, let's say bishop b2, queen, I don't know, queen b6 even. I thought some ending maybe was the most logical way for the game to proceed.
Yes.
And White is most likely a bit better because I have some holes in my position and my king is still...
It's
stuck
there, yeah.
It's not exactly attacked, but it's stuck for a very long time, so...
Yeah.
Here I thought he's a bit better, but I mean...
perhaps he should have, settled for something
like this.
No,
this rook h1, I think it's not really... I I mean, he should play more prophylactic here. Rook h1 is very much an attacking move.
Yes, yeah.
Now he allows some counterplay. After rook h1, I was no longer particularly worried.
Okay.
b4. I have to play b4. Rook h5 was the idea.
Knight c5.
Yeah, there is also d5, but I think he can just take it. Something like this looked incredibly dangerous for me.
And then
yeah, for instance, if I give back,
isn't there?
Yeah, he will give be an exchange down, but his position is just overwhelming. Like my king is very, very weak.
Yeah, you can't move your rooks, can you?
I thought such was close to lost actually for black. So I have to play. Let's see, I have to play knight c5.
Knight c5.
Yeah, now if he starts to move the knight, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for him. Even though maybe, I mean, the computer will probably show that.
And did you see this trick? That you later played?
Exactly. This is my whole point. So takes. You cannot move the queen. It's mate. So this is the only move.
So and then queen. So this is all forced. Queen a1, and then I'm guessing that probably the best move is king d2.
Yeah, king d2 maybe. But the thing is, now I'm threatening knight b3. It's double pinned.
Yes.
So I wasn't sure. Like, let's say something like this. At first I was takes back, and I'm not quite trapped yet. But it's not. I mean, it's still very dangerous for me, I thought. But at least I have a queen now. So like, if I survive, then I'm doing very well.
Yes, of course.
I don't know, like bishop a4 followed by rook b3.
Rook b3 isn't the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I go to a we have some, I don't, probably
maybe
this
a
is
repetition.
Not forced, but like some repetition exists.
Some repetition.
No, in general, yeah, he must play king d2.
Yeah, in general, because after the knight takes e4, that's...
But he probably has to give the queen, because it's very difficult to stop knight b3. I couldn't see how to stop, because c2 is hanging if you do something else.
Yeah.
But to play this queen, at least, I mean, when we were both low on time.
Yes. Then you kind of, it feels
he
like knight b1
and I have to be incredibly precise, not to lose my queen immediately. Yeah, because after knight b1, I don't know if he missed knight takes e4 or what exactly happened, but after this I'm just doing incredibly
so
well.
After queen takes,
I wasn't actually...
We thought rook takes.
There are two moves, yeah, both are probably quite good. Like I can play queen takes and then follow up with d5. And now my point is that if he wants to sacrifice for sure, that's his idea.
Yes.
Now if I take, it's maybe not so clear. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because there's bishop
But
b6.
I can at least take here and take here next.
Yeah.
And here I'm for sure much better.
Yes.
Even if he maybe can get some ending with drawing chances, I will at least always be better. So.
Yeah.
But also rook takes b2 was very interesting.
Yeah, this is what we settled on.
It was my intention as well, because c3, I mean to protect the knight. Now I can probably play d5.
D5, yeah.
And when he takes, I play bishop a3. And it's too many threats. It looks like it's just over.
It looks like that, yes.
Yeah. So it's understandable that rook takes b2 should be winning. And I'm threatening just simply d5 and bishop c5. So I think what he did was the only...
Yeah, no, we didn't actually see it. We actually rook d3.
d5, rook a3. Now he's trapping my queen. But
yeah, so we looked at queen takes b2, but I think bishop c5 is quite...
Yeah, the thing, here I'm not even sure I'm better. It's probably very drawish, I thought. Something like this.
Yes.
Like he has a pawn down, but he has the more active pieces, and my king is still... So this after rook a3, bishop c5 is much better, because now his pieces are still bad.
Yes.
Like he cannot get out. Like he has to take.
Bishop yes.
I mean, the thing is that now I will attack f4 and g6 while his rook is on a1 and his knight is on b1.
Yes.
Like if we put his knight here, he will have an excellent compensation.
Exactly. No,
we
were
be better even.
Exactly. Yeah. We were trying to find ways to maintain this bishop and. Exactly,
but.
And there, with the.
Yeah.
So there you are. There you have it confirmed that you are the. You have beaten the highest rated player in Swedish history. Yes. Yeah. Congratulations, Niels.
Thank you.
Can't say that enough.
So the thing is that he's not in time to protect like g6 or f4. I will win one of the pawns, I think.
So yeah, we tried bishop e5. I mean, we tried ways to.
I think the simplest here is just to go back. He has to move the rook. That's I don't know where.
h4. Just
and then I can go.
But then you can go and you have e5.
Yeah. And I have e5, and I'm threatening to take.
Can I kick your rook out? Oh no, but then you have Yeah.
Even I can attack like even knight f8. I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's simply not in time with the rook on a1 and the knight on b1. Yeah. That's his problem. Like, if he had one or two moves to sort of develop, it would be.
Yes, it would be fine.
An open question. But here, I don't think he's in time. And after I win one of the pawns, I'm like, either I win this pawn,
or the bishop.
Then.
Or the bishop,
Or then I can free myself with e5, or I win the pawn on g6, and then my king is out. So like his positional compensation disappears. Like if he could give maybe b2, he could even with 2 pawns down fight a bit, but he's losing one of the key pawns. So this is just I think completely over.
So we looked at knight c5. We liked.
Knight c5
Yes.
I thought this was the most, because my rook is not doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's like the most technical way.
And after bishop e5 we...
again I wanted this knight f6, knight f7.
Yeah.
Which is very simple.
I think also knight c5 is also,
knight c5 is
also
I mean I can go here and I mean the important thing is that I kick his bishop very early on. So no, he's simply not close to being in time. Let's see what he wants.
And at what stage did you realize that the win was at hand?
I mean, up until this point, it was sort of forced, so I didn't really have.
Yes.
I didn't really evaluate this position previously.
Yeah. Okay.
It was when he started to think here, or when we both started to think here, that like you try to find a move for white, but there is none. So so probably you're doing quite well. But I mean, I knew I was better, of course, from before. Like, but I didn't know that it was just. Probably just winning.
Just winning, okay.
It turned out to be better, even better than I originally thought. So like, after here, around here, I mean, I was pretty sure that the game was over.
Yeah.
Like now he's even losing both his pawns.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And you didn't take the bishop?
Yeah, I should probably have taken the bishop. It's a bit unprofessional not to take it. Because here I will win 100 games. Yeah, 100 games of 100.
Yeah.
Whereas when he keeps the bishop, maybe he can get some, like if I misplay it somehow.
Because we actually left the position here and said knight d2 and then...
No, it's actually quite bad, not to take the bishop.
No, it's okay.
But okay, I mean, I'm also probably queening by 4, so it's not... still... Yeah, okay, now the pawn is... like, he can probably stop it, but then I will activate. Okay, I don't know, bishop f2, I can even play... knight g6. Or knight g2. Now I will go rook to f1.
Rook to,
I mean, it's too much. The knight is still on b1.
Yeah. And so did you feel that your heart... Because you actually had a heart rate monitor on. Did you feel that you were calm? Do you think that your heart rate monitor will show it was calm? You were calm? I don't. Relatively. I can say you had one of our lowest. 60,
I think so,
64. So we thought.
Okay, I'm also.
You were pretty fit.
Like in general, I'm also practicing not having to make big changes in my pulse.
All right. How do you practice on that?
I mean by like breathing exercises.
Just breathing exercises. Okay.
Stuff like that. Because it's not that good for you to have these big varieties. So like when it was his move and I understood sort of that I was winning, I was trying to breathe a bit, calm myself down.
Just calm yourself down.
Exactly. Because it's very important to keep focused.
I think it was in the range of 64 to 80.
Yeah.
So very low, in fact.
Yeah, maybe with a bit low on time, I should have it a bit higher.
No, it's fine. No, but
I mean,
works.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I'm trying to pay some attention to this, even without the monitor. Sure.
Congratulations once again and for making Swedish history, and wish you the best of luck in the remaining games. And you're actually Simon's pick as a wild horse. So
we will see.
Yes.
It's many rounds to go.
4 rounds left. But good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Gibraltar. We are at the Caleta Hotel, home to the Gibraltar International Chess Festival,
with some of the best grandmasters.
They are brutal over the board, and the fun doesn't stop. Join us as we celebrate chess. Follow the action on our YouTube channel, Twitter and Instagram. See you there.
Sorry about that. That was a bit random. Perfect timing. It's the way the day is going today. So my phone just decided to misbehave exactly as we're going on air. So cheers, phone. Anyway, well, great to be back.
It is great to be back, yeah. And yeah, we're reaching the final portion of our coverage of round 6 of the Gibraltar Chess Festival. And yeah, so we've actually had 10 decisive results on our board 1 to 10. And you can see it hasn't been a day for draws. We've had draws on the top board between Matavashi Legrave and Artimeev, and also draws between Mickey Adams and Roman Edouard. And everyone else, it's been decisive. You know, Aronian, victories for Aronian, Grandelius, Saric, Adiban, Yu Yangyi, and Jamie Santos.
Yeah, it's been a good day.
It's been a good day
fighting
yeah.
day today. And other results there, we had the Jan World game we looked at. Very exciting French defence. You'll be able to see that on the Gib Chess channel on YouTube, so you can probably check that video out, and other good stuff. Gwen Jones only managed to draw today. Humpy, very, very solid players. Yeah. It's very hard to break down. But yeah, there's still some games going on, and we should probably check out the action.
Let's have a look. Oh, actually, one surprise, just well, it's not really a surprise, is that Maria Mazichuk has defeated Hrant Melkuman from Armenia.
Right. Yeah, very
so
good.
yeah, that kind of catapults her to 4.5. So suddenly I think she's in the lead. She's in the lead in terms of the women's prize.
Yeah, good. Good stuff. So, like you say, we have had some fantastic games. I mean, Niels Grandilius, very nice guy as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So really lovely guy. But I mean, his win there, very important with the white pieces against Wesley So.
Black pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, the black pieces. Yeah, and it's
very impressive. And Hikaru had a good game as well.
Fantastic game.
Another good game. Roman Edwards. That was that game against Mickey. Not so exciting, that one, but. We're going to find some games now, so let me just close down the ones that we have finished with.
Which is all.
All of them.
Which is all of them.
So,
there's 4 games left.
Quite quick games today as well, weren't there? Really.
Yes.
I mean, you know, it's quite.
I tell you, I reckon I know why.
What is that?
Because they're getting ready for the pairs blitz tonight.
The pairs blitz.
You know, they have a deadline.
Yes.
They have to finish their game by 8:30.
Are you playing?
I don't have a partner.
I was going to play, but I'm not now because I've got this, bit of cough.
Yes.
But so I'm just going to go back. But maybe you should play with the guy I played with, Victor. You know, he might be free. So we came second last year. Possibility to team up with him. Okay, so
it's a great fun, that event.
It's great fun. It really is.
Basically you play alternate moves and no conferring.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so here we are. So we can now look at the first game we got. It's Arian Tari, and Arian Tari has the white pieces against Valentin Dragnev. Arian Tari, world junior champion, and extremely talented player. And it looks to me that this is pretty much game over. This is a very good move. He can always come over here, just defend everything.
And that C-pawn is just going to coast to the 8th rank.
That's right. It does just look like done.
Done, yeah.
Absolutely done. So,
game over. It's just like that computer. Do you know when the computer makes an announcement, when you're playing a computer, game over.
Yes.
That's it.
Game over.
Yeah.
No more extra lives.
Nope.
So,
that's it.
That's dead.
That's dead.
Dead. So
the only thing I can see is if he falls for Queen H. The only thing I can see, no Queen H4 is not even possible.
No, I mean...
No, because you just drop a rook.
Yeah,
it's
completely dead.
Dead in the water. Okay, so let's have a look at Babu Lalith against Chiparinov.
Yep. And to answer Charlie Cheska, no, Adiban hasn't been in the studio yet, but we will work on
We will work on that.
We will work and getting him into the studio on another day, preferably after a win, because people are a bit happier coming in after a win.
Yeah.
Should have got Nigel to come in today, shouldn't we? After his loss today, that would have been.
Has anyone ever come in after a loss?
I don't know. We should try that. It'd be quite interesting. see if we can.
We should catch them.
We should be like, right. So you played rubbish today.
No, I don't. It would be interesting. It would be, now here I played the worst move on the board. Can I have a guess? Have a guess of what I did.
I don't think it'd be like that. They'd just be sitting there moody, won't they? And,
and now there was a fabulous move that your opponent played, not you.
Yeah, not you.
Yeah, not you.
This was a terrible blunder you played. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
So that could be very interesting. Yeah, we should try that just for a laugh. You could do that interview. I'll be too scared.
That would be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny.
I'll just...
Yeah, it will be. So, okay, this is a really interesting position, actually.
But look at that, look at that rook. The rook is trapped.
The rook is embarrassing itself there, isn't it? I mean,
as
soon as you start pushing the pawns,
then the rook.
It's like a study position, isn't it? This is not a real position. I mean, it's black to play. If it was white to play, I was thinking you could put the knight
on D3, right?
And then the rook can never move anywhere. But I don't know how you make progress then, because if you
but then I'm going to go.
If you start pushing these, the rook escapes. So
yeah, well, I have 3 pawns.
You have 3 pawns. White's got to be better. White's got to be the one.
I think white's going to win. So what does black play? The thing is, though, you can't. Even if you went rook f4, I'm just going to go knight d3, and you'll knight.
We'll have to sit and wait, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So now I go knight d3.
Oh, that's even better, isn't it? That's sort of.
Oh yeah, that's even better. Okay, yeah.
Got to go and sit. So I'm nearly in Zugzwang, you know. Funny enough, I mean, okay, King G7. I'm struggling to find a move.
Okay, now knight D.
Black would love to get the rook out of jail, you know, get that rook out of there. But knight D3, then I have to sit and wait.
Okay.
So yeah, just pray really.
D5.
D5.
Then king.
Well, as soon as knight goes to f2, I've got rook here.
Then you play king out.
Oh, it's true. It's true. You can go knight f2.
That's a good point. Knight f2 and then here, trapping that rook. Good idea. Good idea from a member of the audience.
King goes to.
Because if you go here, you just go.
Yeah, you got to be. Yeah, you can't put your king on f6.
You go here. You go here.
That's it.
Yeah, it should be winning for white then, shouldn't it? Really. So. Yeah. I mean, I think the pawn's very good, and black's rook is just the losing piece. So that's a bit of a shock. Cheperinov's come first equal here before. Or did he win it outright? In the playoffs, I think he lost to Fitchkoff, maybe. No, he won it. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think he's won it before.
He has won it. So
I think so. Yeah.
He has Cheperinov, hasn't he? Yeah. So.
You're calling the Iceman.
Sorry.
Fitchkoff.
No, Fitchkoff is the Iceman.
Yeah, but he has won it before, and so that's quite a big shock, rating-wise.
Yep. Well, if we can call it like an upset, right? Slight upset.
Bit of a shock. Okay, so the last one
is
we're going to do
Mammadov against Daniel Yufa.
And it is white to play. White is a pawn up. So, I mean, white's got all the winning chances here. This extra pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very well blockaded at the moment, but in the long run, it's always going to be a pain for black, and you might also be able to get the knight into e6, where the pawn supports it. So it's just white pushing for a win in a better position where he's pawn up, and I expect to get there in the end, to be honest. I mean, good defensive position, but
I agree with you, Simon. It's just one of those things that you just, there's no concrete win right now.
Yeah.
But you just keep trying.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Keep trying, keep going forward, and see what mischief you can get up to.
That's right.
See.
So good chance there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you write a book on? I know you wrote a book on the Caracal.
No, I haven't written any books on the endings.
No, I was going to say on the Scandinavian.
Yeah, I did write that. God, that book was a real struggle.
Tough.
It was a real struggle, because just so many move orders and then so many lines where black gets
Did you play the Scandinavian?
I used to play it a lot, but after writing that book,
you realised how rubbish it was.
No, it wasn't. I know. I worked super hard. I handed in that book like 1 year late, and the Caro 2 years late. But
it's hard. It's really. I mean,
it is difficult.
Book, you don't get paid whatsoever. You'd actually get more money probably working in Sainsbury's than writing a chess book.
Yes.
You would. I mean,
you would,
per
because
hour. I mean, it's not even a joke.
I mean,
it's
there's
true,
some people who can churn out books.
I mean, one guy, isn't he? Writes a book every week. For every man.
Some people can just copy and paste, and
those books.
Yeah.
Surely.
Well, actually, I think this guy is actually quite good. He's kind of very efficient with his time and writes, I think, reasonable books. But there's some people who just copy and paste and get it out.
There's some bad books out there.
And but I don't go down that.
No, same here. I mean, when I've read I find it really hard work, and you want to check everything, and I'm quite critical.
Yeah, exactly. I spent a lot of nights and years with that book, and I remember I had one line all sorted, and then Gawain came and he played something. I thought, oh dear me,
no,
that's it. I have to go back to the drawing board and work again. And then just as I was about to publish, well, it wasn't about to publish, but about to hand it in, Negi came with his book, and I thought, oh, this is a new idea, and then I had to sit down and figure out. And it wasn't easy, because I sat there with my own laptop, which probably wasn't the strongest laptop out there with the strongest chess engine, and a lot of the analysis that I did, it was just me working with the board and trying, because also you can follow computer lines as well, but they're kind of different from actually sitting down on the board and playing, because then you get a feel for whether the position is comfortable. Even the computer might go 0.00000. At the board you might think, oh, this is not quite so comfortable. So I had to sit there and work out these things, and then, but yeah, I think the last Caro-Kann book was probably my best. But boy, did it take so long that I'm like, no, I don't want to do it again. And my husband said to me, if it's going to, yeah, like you said, you get better money working at Sainsbury's, stacking shelves, than writing a chess book.
Yeah, you do. You do, definitely.
Oh, look, This ending. Didn't we see this ending in the Caruana?
Yeah, exactly.
Carlsen?
Yeah. I mean, this is just one more game. And by the way, Ivan Cheparinov just resigned. As one way to end, make sure we get to dinner.
And we expected that maybe that one finished as well.
Yeah. And this ending is pretty much identical to Magnus Carlsen, how he became world champion. He won this ending with G and H pawn, and I think it was against an A pawn then. This A pawn is quite far advanced, and I mean, this is one of those technical positions where white is obviously pushing. And white,
you just hide the king. You just keep pushing, and then you keep you know, the king can hide, and then the pawn on B. But they showed. I saw a funny trick as to how to win 2 pawns with those particular 2 pawns against the rook by themselves. So eventually the pawn will fall. So if we just play some moves and just so G, I don't know, H5 just say. And then I'm gonna king goes to H4. And it was Grishuk. Grishuk showed this. Grishuk showed this trick. So G4. Yeah. And then rook B7 check.
Right.
So you're going to have to, and then I'm going to go H6.
Okay, so I'll just sit and wait.
Yeah, and then G5. But I mean, eventually you're going to have to give up the pawn.
Why?
This
one?
Yeah, because I'm going to checkmate you.
Right, okay. So what, G6?
So yeah, let me try and, it's basically you sacrifice.
Just check you,
yeah, king goes to G5.
Okay.
F5. E4, doesn't really matter.
Coming around.
Yeah, just coming around. But I wanted to show this position. So basically, you sacrifice the rook. So just you lose the B2 pawn. I wanted to show I wanted to show the rook goes get the rook up to E8 or something like that. The king goes and the king put the king on G5, and and then rook goes to F1. So just keep so black waits. Just wait. Rook goes to F1, and his move is okay. You need to wait again. And now rook goes to F8. Check.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So it's right. Okay. So I take.
Yeah, check. And then the king goes to G8. Then you go king G6.
King G6.
It's a cruel way. I just saw it just now. Grishuk. It was He showed it. He showed it to Svidler and Giri, and both
of them are like.
Both of them.
I've seen that technique before.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen that before. Grishuk was just there, and you win like this.
Actually.
Oh, that was a great.
And the point is, H7, of course, is unstoppable.
Yeah.
That's really nice. So,
yes.
Because I mean, that's actually another trick I know. I mean. Rook F8, okay. So you basically get this position, and the point is, you win by playing Rook F8.
Yeah.
I really like that. Geez, okay, I have to remember that one. I mean, there's a trick here. I saw this happen.
Yeah, because you get stealth.
Yeah, this kind of
this kind of thing can happen. This can happen, yeah.
And then, and you basically just go here or something, and
yes.
all of a sudden you're at white's like, oh no. So yeah. And that's
There's some other tricks as well, yeah.
It's a tricky game, chess,
It's a tricky game,
It's a tricky game. So yeah.
Yeah.
So Rook F8, I have to remember that one if I ever get this, which I probably never will.
No.
But
no, I thought it was super cool.
Good. It's actually a cool trick.
It's a really
really
cool
like
trick, yeah.
So I was actually thinking when you played it, I was like, oh yeah, brilliant. And I was thinking, hang on a minute, that's not a winning king pawn, is it? Is it H7? Is it pawn takes here? What am I saying? But it's actually
king G6.
Like it.
Like give you false hope, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
So I thought I'd show.
It's good.
But it's courtesy of Grishuk. I can't take any credit for that. Apparently, every Soviet schoolboy knows.
Are you a Grishuk fan? How can anyone not be?
He comes up with some great one-liners, right?
He's brilliant. Yeah, he's
great.
Absolutely brilliant, Grishuk. So yeah, very very witty. And pretty good at chess as well, isn't he? So yeah, definitely. Okay, well I think maybe on that note, it will be quite a good time to end the show. And again, we're now at 6 rounds, so there's only 4 rounds left.
Yeah.
It's been a good day of chess.
It has been a great day of chess,
So,
you know, really
yeah.
uncompromising, and we saw some great results, and in particular, Niels Grandelius beating Wesley.
Yeah,
So,
really good. Yeah.
with the black pieces, and also we saw some of the favourites put in some wonderful masterclasses.
Hikaru's game was very nice.
Hikaru against
That
Ituruzaga,
was great.
and Levon Aronian convincingly defeating Nigel Short.
Yeah.
And on that subject,
Definitely.
let us finish with an interview with Levon Aronian after he beat Nigel Short today.
Levon Aronian beat Nigel Short with the black pieces and is now on 5 out of 6. Let's get his thoughts on today's game. Lev, it looked like you were always in control. A crucial win with the black pieces. Couldn't have gone better today?
Yeah, somehow I think Nigel was a bit tired after the Battle of the Sexes, so it was a easier game for me than usual.
Right, now you played the knight off today, and we've barely seen you employ the Sicilian, but not a common opening choice for you. Give us some insights into your opening prep for today's game.
Yeah, I was a knight-off player till I turned about 20 or 21, I don't remember. And then I kind of quit. And I thought, you know, normally when people get older, they get senile. They like to come back to the things they were doing. So, no, I mean, in all the seriousness, I just thought, you know, to play for fun. I don't know much in either, but normally Nigel himself avoids it and plays some offbeat lines, which are not that dangerous.
So you felt that there was a bit of a hole in Nigel's prep where you realized that he avoids the knight off, and that's why you went for it?
More or less, yeah, because he plays either a4, a3, or some rare lines.
That's some good advice for people when they're preparing against their opponents. Now, were you expecting the a3 setup?
Not really. I thought he would go for either bishop c4, or which he used to play long time ago, or something else. But I checked up this idea. It looks natural, and I felt confident to play it, because the thing is, neither and the Ruy Lopez has very similar common ideas, especially the knight with e5. So I don't need to completely learn, you know, new type of structure. So I can play it by heart.
Right, now you said you were also nostalgic for the night off, but I'm sure it involved a lot of preparation as well. And did that preparation also involve looking at a lot of Maxim's games?
Absolutely. Many different players of modern age defend neither, but Maxim is the one who religiously defends it. And, well, since I also play for myself, it helped, you know, because you get to look for the things with white, and that's always a good way to prepare for black.
Very interesting. At what moment today did you feel that you had a decisive advantage?
Yeah, I felt when I played g5, I felt this should be a very difficult position for white to play. And then, okay, maybe he didn't defend in the most precise way, but anyway, position is very unpleasant. Black's play is very natural.
Right, and after getting a good position out of the opening and being satisfied with the way things went, did you ever doubt your advantage at any point in the game?
No, I thought that maybe I didn't choose the most precise ways at some points, but I thought it should be sufficient with any play, because the bishop on e5 is too overwhelming.
Right, now earlier in the event you had a draw against Sarah and against Maria. Can you give us your thoughts playing them, because you don't often play against women players?
Yeah, I thought that Maria was playing very well at some point when she managed to get slightly worse because of some mistakes, but then she defended in a very, very nice way. And against Sarah, well, I just blundered that I cannot mate on the 8th square, on the 8th rank. But I mean, she's having a tremendous tournament. But I think the game she played against me was definitely not a good game for her.
Right, now, well, you've played more female players here than you would probably play in your entire year put together.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but at the same time it's kind of difficult because the girls are normally well prepared.
Are you aware that at the last night's Battle of the Sexes, your today's opponent, Nigel, was captaining the men's team, which actually lost to the women's team?
Yeah, well, because I couldn't take part. I was too tired after my game. Well, these things happen, you know, when you don't recruit the best players for the match.
So you think Nigel made a big mistake by not having you on his team?
Yes, and he paid for it fully.
Give us your impressions so far about playing in Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's always fun, especially when the weather is so good. You know, you feel that you're in the middle of the summer. So it definitely works good for the mood of the players. And I think most of the players are enjoying playing here.
And we're at that stage in the event when things are really going to start heating up and getting tougher. So can you tell us what is the shift in strategy or thought process?
Well, I'm gonna try to stay in the aggressive mode, and just follow the chase.
The aggressive mode is what the fans love. Thank you for joining us and for your time, Lev. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.